I don't know.
Wasabi! All right. How did the whoopee cushion die?
Ran out of air?
Fart attack. Dad joke Friday, I'll give him one.
I still like, that one day you gave me a ride home, right? So I had met Miles' girlfriend at the time, right, who would go on to end up being your wife, but he went to pick up his kids, and there's his first wife. He gets in the car and he goes, not a word. I said, what? I know. It's just like,
I know.
damn. Like, Joe, that is real close.
That's weird.
I don't know that I ever said it was weird, but it was pretty close.
You never traded in the car for the same car? Just a newer model?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
I mean, I have. I have dated a blonde with the same exact name.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, that would bother me too much.
No, it was easy.
Well, you don't have
Yeah.
to forget anything.
Correct.
Now you would have avoided another problem.
Exactly. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's the worst pain you've been in? 206-803-ROCK.
Yeah, just keep the name.
Yeah,
Still,
you did
still
a
terrible
better
night.
night.
Still
Yeah.
terrible night.
See,
Mama.
your night could have been so much better.
Yeah, you should just have the
God,
same name.
that wasn't a night. That was a month, dude.
Wasn't that long?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a side eye, the whole deal. Just masturbating alone.
Hear me snoring next door.
Hello, David. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola.
All right, so I have fibromyalgia, and I'm going to describe to you a pain bomb. But first, I'd like to say that I would take any pain bomb over eating a frickle.
Aha!
That is nasty.
You're nasty.
With
Good comeback, Dad. I like that.
Oh, you burned him.
You're nasty, dude.
You're nasty.
What I know is that now when I try to eat fried foods, I really, really regret it.
I believe it secretes
Wait.
bile.
In what way do you regret it? Like heartburn? You poop yourself? What?
Oh, my stomach is in knots. I want to vomit, all sorts of things. So,
What's your favorite?
I don't think I can take it anymore.
What fried food are you willing to risk it for?
Deep fried pickles.
Deep fried.
Deep fried pickles?
That
Come
sucks.
on.
That sucks.
Really?
Hell no.
No, dude.
I would take deep fried mushrooms.
Mozzarella
deep
sticks.
fried, even
fried
zucchini.
chicken.
Damn,
Anything over
boys.
fried
You're risking
pickles.
it for a frickle?
You might as well just
Yeah.
have fried cauliflower.
I mean, my
As
God.
long as we're talking frickles, I'm guessing it's like the little coin ones, not the spears, right? Spears.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mozzarella sticks are on there too. But if I
Okay.
even look at
No, don't
fish,
try to
I'm-
earn my respect. You lost it all with the
Onion rings,
risking
nothing.
it for a frickle. A frickle. I thought for sure it'd be something awesome and
Are
decadent.
we all in
man.
agreement that that is the worst fried food?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Name all.
The towns of Fig Buck and Buck Fig love to cheer for their hometown football teams. The Fig Buck, Fig Puckers, and the Butt Fig, Buck Figgers. Go Fig Buckers and go Buck Figgers.
3 times fast.
The towns of Fig Buck and Buck Fig love to cheer on their hometown football team. The Fig Buck, Fig Buckers, and the Buck Fig, Buck
Right to Keister.
I'm not worried about Harbaugh. I think he'll be fine. Who the hell are we going to bring in? And is this one of these stopgap coaches? You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
I would also like to say again, public service announcement, not just the listeners, but some people we work with. Like, I am not a Ravens fan. Well, you guys aren't on X anymore, so people keep blowing me up, and I'm like, I don't care.
Well, sorry, man.
Yeah. Somebody hit me up on Instagram. Sorry, bro. About what? The Hawks are looking good.
We got Mike McDonald for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Things are great.
Like, I'm in a good mood.
Yeah. We're not, but he is. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. We'll just see what the new coach does. I hope they go with someone defensive-minded, only because I do believe defenses win championships. I do not believe they will, because Lamar's bending everyone's ear, and obviously he wants
But
an
if you're a
offensive
Seahawks
mind.
fan, you've seen it. Pete Carroll took you to 2 Super Bowls.
And keep in mind, how bad was he when he went to New
He
England?
still ran us. They still ran him out.
He run the course, right? That's all.
You're already talking to Kubiak.
Everyone's talking to Kubiak. Everyone's talking to Kubiak. Understand
trading
that.
now.
You are not going to have him next year. Understand that.
You guys could have had McDonald's.
I know!
We freaking had
You
him.
don't have to put
jackass.
salt in the wound,
We already
bro.
had him. We let him go for nothing.
Yeah.
For free.
We were trying
For
not to
free.
talk about
like this
that.
radio show. Free. Here,
Damn.
take it.
Wow, you got to be that guy.
Difference is he's good, we're not.
Yeah, I know. He's qualified for his job.
Exactly.
He turned those ox around.
I know.
So what about the pain? Since you brought it to us.
Hey!
I wish I had a Mike McDonald walk in here with a tray of Frickles for you two.
Yeah.
I'd slap him out of his hand.
I go,
Get those out of my face.
because I gotta get this done again on Monday. I've had it done twice. I got for acid reflux and all this crap.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, man. They got a TV screen in front of you. You know, you stand up, they snake this thing down your throat, and you're watching this thing go down, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, that's my throat.
Yeah, because you can see all the crap in there, man.
How do you breathe?
Very carefully. Yeah, it's
like I would choke on
it's not comfortable. It's
You
like,
might.
when I come in Monday, I'm gonna be like, I don't feel good.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If I had to have that done, I'd be like, you got to put me out.
Do you have an option, or did they just tell you, like,
No, I just tell you, stand up, bend your head back, and here we
oh,
go.
you got to stand up when they do it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
Well,
yeah.
but it's cool because you get to watch TV. You're like, look at that, man. That's nuts.
Yeah.
You're kind of like one of those gooses that turns into foie gras.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just put the tube down your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're actually fattening them up. They're like, there's no medical procedure happening.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what's the worst pain you've been in? 206-803-ROCK.
You're going to find out your doctors are cannibals, and they're like, we're going to kill and eat this son of a bitch.
It's kind of great. You ever seen those videos?
No.
Oh, it's disturbing.
I would think so.
It's
I know the
disturbing how much the
process,
goose
but-
will run over and be like, ooh.
Or what do they put in? Just something the goose is like, I
I
like
guess,
this.
yeah. And same thing. They just shove it down there and start feeding it. But yeah,
It's going to be Miles. Mm-hmm. You'll be dining on your liver
That's
soon.
right. That's right.
Have a little Montgomery foie gras.
I'd try it.
You know what I would too?
I'd eat that over a frickle.
Damn right I would.
I'd eat mine with a frickle. Out of spite.
Name one more. Name a bad fried food then.
Fried mushrooms.
Oh, they're delicious.
Disagree.
I don't. Well,
I'll
I
go
know.
with Ted on that. I've never even heard of fried mushrooms. So
Really?
yeah, I'll put them
What?
there. Yeah,
Do you like mushrooms in general?
they're fine.
Okay.
I could also live without them.
If you were our friend Laura here, and they say, look, man, you know.
Frickles or mushrooms? Yeah, I'm taking
No,
the
no,
Frickles.
not that. We know everyone's going to have a fried food, that they're going to die on that hill, right? And I would expect it to be, and granted, I'm black, so it just comes out fried chicken. Like I said, the mozzarella sticks. Sorry, bro. That's what I'm risking it for. I'm writing the stereotype.
Hey,
If
Fried
you
chicken wings.
chicken, rotisserie chicken.
chicken wings.
That's not fried chicken. The fried food that I'm willing to put my life on the line for there. And they said, you get to pick one, all right? Would you go frickle?
No, I go chicken wings.
I'd probably go with you. No, you know what? I'd go egg rolls.
Ooh, that's a good
Yeah.
call,
The
man.
problem with
Yeah.
chicken wings, though, is I feel like I could bake them long enough to get them crispy.
You could do that.
So, all right.
Would you risk it for a frickle, Ted? That's what I'm at.
I mean, I would, but I like frickles.
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,453. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and Mike Hawk. And you are the men's room. On tap today, your guess is as good as mine categories: America's most and least healthy states and classic board games. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, the men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Click, clack.
Jinkity John.
All right, here we go. A man gets a new flower tattoo. Now he cannot sweat. And all of his hair fell out. Meanwhile, 2 coach passengers try to sit in first class, thinking that they had clout. Stranded kitten is rescued atop a Dallas bridge beam. When your Waymo stops on the tracks and here comes a train, you are going to scream. And a store in Everett broken into 4 times. It's broken into again. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, people make mistakes all the time. It's no big deal. And the thing about a mistake is that it's not an intentional thing. However, when we call something an honest mistake, that usually means that we made a big mistake and it involves other people. Case in point. British police, they told the wrong family that their son was dead. The son, you see, survived the car accident. It was a different kid who died. But what that also means is that the police told the wrong family that their son was still alive. Honest mistake. Now, while we're in the UK, we might as well go to Scotland. A hospital there accidentally cremated the wrong body and then had another body wrongly buried due to a staff member mislabeling the bodies. Again, honest mistake. Meanwhile, in Austria, a surgeon, he was fined a couple $1,000s. Now, look, he kept his job, but the problem was he surgically amputated a patient's right leg. 2 days later, he found out that he was supposed to amputate the left leg. The hospital blamed it on, quote, a series of unfortunate circumstances. Yes, I think we can all agree with that. Bit of an understatement there, but point taken. But let's face it, not all honest mistakes are that extreme, of course. We have the story about a bartender who accidentally served a group of children actual margaritas at a birthday party instead of the mocktails. They asked for the margarita tower, and it's for the kid's birthday party. But because of muscle memory, anyone that works in the industry knows, he just kind of made the drinks. He made regular margaritas. It was a different waitress had to come back and say, hey, I think you put booze in the margaritas. At which point, he remembered that he did. But, you know, another honest mistake. But today, we're talking about the moment that you had to explain that something was an honest mistake. You know when it happens, it's humiliating, it's embarrassing, it's very uncomfortable, but it's something that you have to fess up to in the moment. So today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, is, what was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
Get your tickets at KISW.com. Live Night, the livest radio you will ever see. Everything is performed live. Live hosts, live sound effects, live voice actors, live screw-ups, live laughs, and of course, live music. The Daily Mix Show, totally live. The Men's Room, totally live. Live Night returns February 13th. Live Night 2026. Yachty and Naughty. No flares, no lifeboat. All live. What could possibly go wrong?
It just fits the mood. It helps it. It makes it more dramatic.
Okay, all right.
You know, they don't play the Benny Hill theme at the beginning of Saving Private Ryan.
God, that would just be.
Oh, look, he's finding his arm.
I want you to score movies from now on. Like guys like, this is a really intense scene, so we're going to lighten it up with yakety sax.
Takes me back.
I mean, I don't know, but if that was playing in a Humvee and they're going out, I would be like, this squad is sick. These guys do not care.
They're going to F some stuff.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what team I just joined, but we are using everything we have. You know it's been done.
Oh, God.
I might have to watch that movie now.
Live Night, the livest radio you will ever see. Everything is performed live. Live hosts, live sound effects, live voice actors, live screw-ups, live laughs, and of course, live music. The Daily Mix Show, totally live. The Men's Room, totally live. Live Night returns February 13th. Live Night 2026. Yachty and Naughty. No flares, no lifeboat. All live. What could possibly go wrong?
Here's a birthday, gentlemen. Today is my granddaughter's.
2 divorces to get as good at golf as Miles is?
Well, he needs all that extra time. You know, it's funny. They probably divorced him because of his nose. They call him G-nose. The difference is his nose gets blown.
Yeah, that's why his cat used to scratch him. We thought it was a scratching post.
That's a good one.
Had enough of this. Join us for the Miles Montgomery Golf Classic presented by Pinky's Plumbing this coming Monday. Tickets on sale now, KISW.com.
Hopefully that's not too nice shot. Thanks, buddy. Hopefully it's not too far. I'm walking up with it.
Everything sounds like a damn helicopter now.
Thanks, Miles. I don't know. We're going to find out. Yeah, let's go up there and tell you.
There you go.
There he is. Beauty, eh?
I'm in for that. I'm also in for some sake.
Yes, sir. I said salmon?
Yes, sir. Salmon, yeah, that sounds good.
You even got the cart girl running? Cheers.
Here's to,
yeah, that's what Farrell's talking to me about.
There's no way you don't fall.
Go for it.
Oh!
Right down the fairway.
Hit that fucking thing, man.
Yeah, baby.
Sure shot. Let's go.
What this gentleman has that you don't have on a hole-in-one are witnesses. There were people screaming from across the golf course, and it was amazing because the shot was fucking stupid. And then he got a hole-in-one. But here's one thing you need to understand. I know golfers have all this weird shit about luck, all right? So he was the first guy to stand on the toilet and hit the ball. He gets the hole-in-one. And then everyone that came up after him started standing on the toilet. And we're like, bro, I don't think it's a strategy. I think it was luck.
As such, the game of golf. So, awesome. All right, so let's do a little stuff here. What do we got? We got some prizes. So let's do some prizes. All right, push your eyes prizes. So here we go. Let's see what we got. So it's Disney on Ice. And what else, Zay?
And you have to take Thrill.
Oh, sorry, no, Zay.
No, you do not.
Disney on Ice goes to Justin Thomas.
There it is.
He's going to get this Disney on Ice. Hopefully, if he does this, his wife will fornicate with him later. Just to X him out. Yeah, well, no, hold on now, because Kayla's going to help you walk through that circle of hoops. Alright, so, God, this sucks. So this is a chance to hang out with us and drink beer again on that bill. Which, actually, is really not that bad. So it's Deanna. Oh, shit, Deanna. Are you kidding me? Diana won? Diana, you won. Diana, you won. Which is awesome. I love you. That's crazy. Okay, so what is our next step? We've got the actual tournament. So, here we go. Because Diana won the drinking thing. Third place. All right, Terry. Closest to the pin winner. Closest to the pin is Garrett Steffen. Garrett Steffen, yeah. That is amazing. I'm not sure what you win.
I'm not sure what I win either.
But I think St. Joseph's shit. There are things. Oh, no way. You get like tickets to shit. Oh, no way. What do you get tickets to?
3.
2 tickets.
9-inch nails.
To the men's room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Oh, patrols, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,453. What a large and in charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat. The exciting return of your guess is as good as mine. Today's categories. Hot off the press, just released today from the United Health Foundation. We have America's most and least healthy states.
All right.
Looking at dozens of factors in 5 broad categories: social, economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, behaviors, and health outcomes.
And Ted, what do we always say? Do you belong to the SEC?
Yeah. Group of
Yeah,
ranked
right.
the best to worst. So you can either pick the 10 healthiest states or the 10 least healthy states.
I think least healthy is much easier.
Well, the 10 healthiest states always, for the most part, remain the same as well.
Sure.
You just have a hard time remembering them.
Correct.
Because they're not as geographically centered.
And that's the difference. They kind of spread out all over the place. Where, like I said, the unhealthiest states may tend to be in one general area.
Yes,
correct.
And as Mike, I think you're talking Friday about how we're going back to the analog lifestyle, or a lot of people are trying to do that.
Exactly.
Maybe write stuff down on notes or keep a journal or whatever the deal is.
Dumb down your phone and
desktop calendar, all that crap.
Vinyl.
We have the 10 classic board games, the top 10 of all times.
All times.
If you're into a good board game, there you go. So you can pick one of those 2 categories coming up at 4:30. With your guess is as good as mine. And today we're going to talk about mistakes. As they say, nobody is perfect. We all make mistakes. Some mistakes are bigger than others as far as the outcome of what someone has done.
Basically, if it only affects you, you call it a mistake. If it affects someone else, you call it an honest mistake.
And that's the worst thing. You can mess up, but when you mess up and it affects other people, that's when it really
it's an honest mistake, man.
Because you feel awful about it. You can forgive yourself for the most part. You still feel bad about it, but when someone else is affected by your mistake, then you feel awful. I mean, you feel like, man, I cannot believe how stupid I am.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you're a kid, you're taking a math test, whatever. I don't know. You get a couple of answers wrong. Teacher goes over it with you, and you go, oh, man, I made a mistake. You don't apologize to the teacher. You just say, I made a mistake. And I've said this before, but back in the days when I was cooking, we had a big catering event, so it's intense, but a little looser in the kitchen, if you will. So the waitstaff's back there, and there's a guy who I knew had a nut allergy. This was well known. It was well documented. It was not news to me. His girlfriend also worked there. We had some kind of leftover dessert tarts that we had given out to this party for the catering thing. And she said, hey, PJ thinks they look really good. Are they safe for him to eat? And I did think about it. I'm like, yes, because it was some kind of fruit tart. What I forgot was that the crust had crushed hazelnuts in it, all right? So I said, yeah, I don't give it another thought for about 30 seconds. And I turned around and go, oh, hey, look, there's hazelnuts in this. And I look at PJ, and he's still kind of chewing. And I'm like, oh, no. He's like, are you serious? I said, man, I was just thinking of the filling. I was not thinking about the crust. There's hazelnuts in there. Are you going to be okay? By the way, the answer is no. He absolutely
was
positively.
Okay?
No, it was bad. And I've said this before. Mike, you were laughing about it. I said he looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger at the end of Total Recall when they're on Mars and they're struggling for air. Like his eyes are bulging out, his face turned red. It was real bad. But I had to continue working. So I keep checking on him, and he was just sitting in a chair in the kitchen, kind of slumped over, very red. He ended up being okay, long story short. But it was bad, and he was not pleased with me. He was a very nice guy, and he knew that it was a mistake. He knew that it was not intentional. I'm not trying to hurt this guy. I was rather fond of him. He was a good dude, but I still, every time I walked by...
He is a good dude. He hasn't died.
Well, he might be dead now, but not because of me.
All right.
But every time I walk by him, I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. It was an honest
Now, does
mistake.
that include, like, peanut oil and things like that?
Everything. Man, it seems like people that have nut allergies, who legitimately have nut allergies, if it's related to the legume at all in any capacity, they don't want to mess with it. And when I saw him, I understood why. Because keep in mind, these little tarts, they're like mini cupcake size. And even then, it was just the crust. It was not the filling. So it's 15% of the total thing he popped. And it's not like the entire crust was made out of hazelnut. There was just
enough.
Little bit for a little bit of taste. And I'm telling you, his throat closed up, eyes bulging, the whole nine, everything you would think. He just didn't die. I think his girlfriend may have epied his ass, the whole thing. And I felt so bad. But again, honest mistake.
Yeah. Well, I think a nut allergy would be one of the hardest ones to have. Because number one, it can kill you. And number two,
everything.
I love nuts. I mean, that would be brutal.
But even if you don't love nuts, when you look at the ingredients on so many freaking things that you buy, it's staggering. You know, 'cause how many things get recalled? Not because there's anything inherently wrong with it. It's just, look, man, there might be some pieces of peanut in there. Mm-hmm. And they recall it because there might be. It's not even an ingredient. It's just whatever plant we have. We also deal with nuts. Some dust might be on. You have people on planes that you open a bag of peanuts, they could be 8 rows behind you. And they freak out. And it's like, really, man?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it happened to a friend of mine. He has a nut allergy. And there was some dish he got somewhere. And it was like a bar, right? So it wasn't like a restaurant. But he asked the guy like 3 times. The guy was like, it's fine. And then he took one bite. It was like, you clearly didn't. Something's in here.
Was it peanut oil, you think? Because at a bar, unless they give you peanuts, there's generally not a lot of peanut.
That's why they stopped doing that on planes.
Yes. I mean, that's it.
Basically,
right?
That was it. That was the reason for it.
But when did the nut allergy start? Because when I was growing up, just as a matter, you got a deck of cards, you got a bag of peanuts, right? But no one dropped dead on any flight I was on. And then the last 15, 20 years, they're like, look, man, we don't do it because of the nut allergy thing. And I understand that. I'm just curious, did nut allergies become a bigger thing in the last generation or what?
I don't know.
Because there were peanuts everywhere. You go to someone's house, like you said, if you walked into someone's home, there were nuts in a bowl waiting for you in the living room.
Oh,
there were nuts everywhere.
Yeah.
There were peanut shells on the floor.
Whole deal. I think I've told this story before, but we first get here. Wife and I want to go to Canada. So I get on the Amtrak website and book us 2 tickets to Vancouver. We get on the train and we go past the stadiums. Now, at this point, there is somewhat of a tunnel in downtown Seattle.
Yeah.
And if you know where it is, you know where it is. But if you don't, you don't. So I knew there was a tunnel, but we started going down to the stadiums. And I thought, man, we must kind of like make a turn, a U-turn. And there's got to be a way.
Because that is what trains are known to do.
Right.
The big U-turn tracks.
I didn't know. The train
No, I
yard's
like that
pretty
you
big
were
down
still
there. I was still
entertaining
thinking
the idea.
Maybe this bitch turns around.
Yeah, they got a
someplace.
U-turn track, sure.
Maybe just the station where it is, because it just kind of dead ends into Soto. That, you be back up or whatever, and you start heading in the right direction. Turns out I was wrong. The train and the tickets I bought were for Vancouver, Washington. Now, Amtrak, they were cool enough just to switch those tickets over for me.
Because you are not the first person to do that, I guarantee.
And I want to tell you, man, I think the tickets were $35 each way to Portland.
Yeah.
$35 each way to Vancouver. So the price point wasn't any different.
Sure.
But we get on the train, and I'm like, oh, no. I mean, we are now going down the Sound. And I'm like, this is not the right direction. The water is on the right side of the train. We are headed south. There's no doubt about this. So I talked to a conductor, and he said, just wait till we get to Tacoma. He said, you get out, man. He said, go to the front desk. They'll take care of all this problem for you. I was like, well, all right. What about the bag? And he's like, I'll take care of the bags. Did you guys put them underneath, right here? Yes. So he got out. They had to delay the train for a second just to get our bags out because people were getting on the train there. But for us, we were on the other side.
But if they had to delay the train, that means they were still getting on really fast. To take the heat, man.
Absolutely. So finally, we got going but we had to go all the way to Tacoma, which was
45
minutes. So we were on the train for, an hour and a half longer than we should have been. Not the biggest deal in the world. I like a train ride.
Sure.
Not a big deal. But at that point in time, I think I was just so frustrated, not by the fact that I made the mistake. It was just the fact that the mistake was feasible to be made. Now, if there was a New York, North Carolina, I would have known about it.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I would have been like, oh, yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, there's one in North Carolina. There's one up in New York. We're going on the New York one. New York. Not the one in North Carolina. But the fact that these two cities
are that close
to each other on the same. I mean, we were in the middle of nowhere, man. We're not close to anything. How in the hell did you? It's almost like saying if Olympia said, you know what? We're just going to call it Seattle anyway.
Right.
We thought of it first. The chief was from there. This is where he's really from. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to name it Seattle too.
There's a lot of Vancouver though.
But that was
there's what?
Well, there's the one in Washington. There's Vancouver Island.
Sure.
There's Vancouver, BC.
But the
but that's
beauty
all
of
north.
Vancouver Island is I'm not going to accidentally take a train there. Not successfly. I'm going to die, and I'm going to.
You can go to Vancouver and take a ferry, or you go to Victoria.
But when you bought the ticket, it's got to say WA on it.
It does. And that's what I bought.
But you just look at Vancouver.
I saw Vancouver, man.
All right, let me ask you this, though. Would you have cared as much if you weren't with your wife? Because part of the problem is you have to explain it to your significant. Like, if it had just been you kind of go, damn it, and you kind of laugh at yourself. And that's it, right? That's the beginning and end of the problem. I'm going to hit the bar car. I feel like when you're traveling with a spouse and you are the one that purchased the tickets, and you have to say, hey, babe, simple mistake. Everyone understands how it's made. They're less forgetting, even though it's easy to make the mistake. Like, now I have to sit here with you who thinks I'm an idiot.
This is a minimal amount of heat compared to my mistake of calling her the wrong name.
Well, no doubt about that.
So that was a mistake. Like, that was a problem mistake.
Yeah,
so
for you.
This one wasn't. This was me just being stupid and not realizing. And at the time, I swear to God, I did not know there was a Vancouver, Washington. I did not know.
That's when you found out.
I did not know it was a suburb of Portland, so to speak. Or a bedroom community.
Yeah.
Vancouver. That's what I know.
That's fair.
How many Vancouvers could there be? So I did not look specifically at, BC or Washington.
I think I'm just a psycho. Even when I book plane tickets, like I check it, I feel like 4 times before I actually hit purchase.
I don't. And but then again, I'm usually going like to Houston. Maybe there is another Houston, but if there's a Houston, Georgia, then one day I'm going to end up in Georgia. But right now, I see HOU. I'm done reading. But I'm also notorious, like if we go to a restaurant, and I don't know why I'm not better at this. I'm a freaking adult. But you go through the menu, there is the name of the entree. I stop there. I go, ooh, I'm going to order that. And it never occurs to me that the 2 paragraphs they have under that explains everything it comes with, right? So I've gotten caught many, many times. Drives my wife nuts. Mm-hmm. The food is delivered, and I'm like, what the F is all this spinach doing, or whatever? She's like, dude, it says it on the menu. She's like, how do you just read the name of the entree and then don't read anything under it? And I tried to remind myself to do that, but for some reason, once I'm done with the bold print, I stop reading. Right? And look, I know it's stupid. And I can't say I've learned my lesson. I would say I've been taught this lesson many, many times, and I can't get out of this grade. So I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. Close the menu, ready to order. Then I get it, and I'm like, what is this crap that they served with it? And she's like, exactly what they effing said. They're going to just read the menu. Well, and I don't.
There's one place I used to go to like 15 years ago, and I got a different sandwich one day. Mm-hmm. Did that. Didn't read the whole thing. It had blue cheese on it. Like when I started eating it, I was like, God, there's a weird taste in this. So, yeah, I try to be good about reading the whole thing.
Well,
but I bet you do.
You're right about the travel stuff, because I've messed up many times before. I've flown down to Palm Springs before, and I flew out of SeaTac. When I bought the ticket, I just said it's at all Seattle. I did not see all Seattle airports. So I just assumed I'm flying out of Seattle, and I'm flying back to Seattle.
Yeah.
Well, the way my ticket worked, and I did not look at it, I was flying out of SeaTac, and then I was flying back, but into Payne Field. Mm-hmm. Now, I did not see. All I knew was my flight's out at 1 o'clock. It's on Alaska Airlines. I got my ticket right here. I'm headed back to Seattle. I didn't even look to see that it was going to Payne Field because it's a different code.
I would not think to look at it.
But I did not look at that. I just got on the plane, and we landed, and I'm like, and I've never been to Payne Field. And where in the hell am I? Like, I did not even know where I did not, they're like, well, you're Payne Field. Where's Payne Field? Up near Everett-Mukilteo. Everett-Mukilteo? My car's at SeaTac. It's like, Jesus Christ.
That's the worst part about it.
Jesus, man. I am a freaking idiot. $150 later. Might have been the reverse. I can't remember what the deal was.
Either way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
you take a Seattle Uber, which is different than any other Uber.
Jesus Christ. I got to go through Seattle on I-5. And, oh, my God. It was just, I could not believe how stupid I was.
Huh?
It was an honest mistake, but it was a mistake. So our question, what was the most embarrassing mistake that you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
I made the same mistake Ted made this morning, which is, look, Seattle has not been shy about reminding us that basically we're going to ruin I-5 for everybody.
Yeah.
They've been saying this for months. They said when it's going to start. Even Friday, I'm like, oh, Jesus, Monday's going to suck. Totally forgot about that. So I prepared myself the same way I do every morning. I actually left the house about 10 minutes early. I just wanted to get some extra stuff done. That did not happen. I got here about 40 minutes later than I would have liked to, because as soon as I saw I-5, I'm like, damn it, man. They said this was going to happen. I could not believe it was backed up. Last I heard, it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. My wife said it was backed up to 175th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
headed south. And then
this weekend,
trying to get out, right? Same thing, because you're
this
right next to 5.
I was smart. I just didn't leave the north side.
That's it, right? Because
that's
of
all
that.
you can do.
Yeah.
And then this morning, and I-5 is so convenient for both of us. It's right there. And then you're like, oh, my God.
If you work for Google, if you work for Amazon, if you work for Facebook, Apple, whatever, if you're in South Lake Union, beg your bosses, because you guys have that kind of power, to say, look, can we just go back to remote work for a little while until this mess gets cleaned up? Because tomorrow is going to be an absolute nightmare. I predict that the number one story on every news channel will be Seattle is at a complete standstill. Because you have to remember, the remote workers typically don't work on Monday and Friday.
Right.
That's why
like, today was an easy day.
That's why I schedule most of my doctor's appointments on Monday or Friday, just to make sure I get there on time. Because they're always early, but I just want to make sure I get there. And today at a doctor's appointment, it was the biggest pain in the ass. I'm like, what is going on? And then I remembered it's I-5. And then I thought, well, it's I-5 northbound. I don't understand this. And then you said
they shut down the express lanes
so
to have them go north to help alleviate that traffic.
Now, does that mean the express lanes are not going to be open on the way home today?
No. They're always open going north now because of that construction.
Okay.
But in the morning, they're not switching them to south.
And then the problem is we can barely get out of our driveway, which has been true for the last 3.5 years because of this light rail stop. But it's just not the light rail construction. As during the light rail construction, they started at 2 different major intersections. They've decided this northwest, east-west corridor, we're going to reduce that from 2 lanes to 1 lane so that we can add a bike lane. And at the 4-way intersection, we're going to get rid of the lights and put in a traffic circle. And I'm like, you guys, look, first of all,
it's a mistake.
Yes, the traffic's already bad, all right? And, it's a big city, as happens. But the ideas that they have to, quote-unquote, alleviate it are absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, you think everyone in Seattle is going to hop on a bike now because you guys screwed up the street? That's not what's going to happen. You're going to have bad traffic. You're going to have road rage. Mark my words.
Our question, what was the most embarrassing mistake that you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK. Was fresh and good. I mean, the vegetables were good.
I like that. It's bright. I like bright food.
Well, bright meaning like the flavor.
Right.
Like it just pops in your mouth a little bit more. But yeah, some of the food I tried was. But like when I grew up in West Virginia, one of the more popular things. There's a couple things that are popular that I think just absolutely suck. One of them is buckwheat. And they use
buckwheat's terrible.
Buckwheat pancakes. Now, you would get
great character, terrible ingredient.
You would get excited about the idea, if anybody would, of having a pancake. Well, any kind of potato pancake, you name the pancake, it's going to be great. Buckwheat pancakes suck.
Yes.
That flour is absolutely horrible. They have a buckwheat festival in Kingwood, which is not too far away from where I grew up. And they pack it every year. And people go there for the buckwheat pancake.
Really?
And I'm just like, give me a funnel cake, man. Anything.
I was excited to try buckwheat pancake when I was a kid because, like a kid, I love pancakes.
And you also know who buckwheat is.
And that was part of it. As stupid as that sounds, buckwheat to me was the characters. You said buckwheat pancakes. I did not expect a pancake with an afro, but I just thought it's going to be something good, something delicious.
Right.
I could not believe how bad it was.
The other thing is, the other thing they had was ramps. Now, ramps grow wild, and they're a combination between an onion and, say, like a garlic type plant. I don't know the deal. But you eat the leaves.
It's related to the onion. It smells awful.
Well, here's the problem. It smells terrible when you're cooking it. And typically, man, if you saute onions or whatever you do with an onion, it's not the smell that kills you. If you caramelize them, they smell delicious.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
If you cut them up, they don't smell bad. They smell like an onion.
They're pungent, but
yeah, exactly.
Not bad.
But ramps have a double-edged sword to them. So not only do they suck when you cook them, a lot of people just eat them raw. But for whatever reason, this plant permeates the inside of your body.
Oh, yeah.
And when you sweat or you do anything, you start to smell, your body just, I don't know, emanates this.
Yeah, you smell like ramps.
10 times worse than the actual ramp itself. I can't even describe it. When I think about it right now, I just get sick to my stomach because I had kids in class. They would eat ramps, and you'd sit beside them like, Jesus, God, dude. And it's days.
Yeah, we use ramps as a special one. I don't remember what the full dish was, but ramps were part of this dish. And we're in the kitchen prepping this, and all of us are like, you've got to be kidding me. Now, keep in mind, the chef was very excited about this particular recipe because it involved ramps, and it did get people into the restaurants. They're excited to have them. But we realized on these particular days that we're prepping them, he would show up at the restaurant, but he was not actively in the kitchen helping us. And we realized, to your point, why? Because the next day, all of us show up like, hey, man, anyone else's bed smell like ramp? We're like, yes.
Everything.
If you sweat to everything we
smells
touch
like
reeked.
ramp.
I've only seen them on a menu once.
There's a reason for that, man.
And the waiter was like, yeah, I don't like dealing with it.
So is there are there any foods on here that are from the United States?
Maybe in the 100, but in the top 10 now.
Okay.
I believe it.
So we don't have any of the worst food in the world.
No, we like to keep it simple and delicious, man. We are not a complicated country when it comes to our ingredients and what we eat. We like what we like.
It's like Vegemite. If you like it, it's good. But I don't have an acquired taste for it. So when we had those Vegemite snaps, the flavor is just like, whatever. But it's not bad. It doesn't like make me, jump out of my chair.
I've never
It's just-
met an adult who tried Vegemite and liked it. So I've met a lot of people from Australia that like Vegemite, but they grew up with it.
Right.
And anyone that had never tried it before, I think the best I heard was, it's not as bad as I heard, but that's not a glowing endorsement.
Yeah. Head Chef coming up with the worst foods in the world with the Ted's Meat and Potatoes at 4:30. And today is the day we play the game known as Big Dummy. It's an easy game to play. We spin the category wheel. You're either playing for Team Sober or Team Not Sober. We'll get a brand new Biggest Dummy today.
No matter
what.
what.
At least for week one, going into to the new year. But we had a 5-way tie. Believe it or not.
Which is unreal, man. And I want to say, 3 of them were in one day toward the end of the year.
I want to say it was 11 questions it took for people to be Big Dummy. So 5-way tie last year on Big Dummy. And every time we play Big Dummy, we like to do another men's room poll. And we start the year off with this one as a story came out about a jail in New York City. Mm-hmm. And they were saying that right now there are 5 or 4 very notable or celebrity type people that are all staying in that jail right now. Everyone from what's that?
Oh, the president of Honduras.
He's in there.
President of Venezuela.
Or Venezuela. Sorry, Honduras.
Diddy.
Takeshi, 6ix9ine. He's in there.
He just went in there. Yeah, he's fresh.
Sean Combs had been in this prison before.
Right.
There were just a number of people where you go. The guy that killed the guy from United Healthcare.
Oh, right.
He is in there as well. Mangione or whatever his last name is.
Oh, Luigi
Mangione.
I mean, that sounds like a name.
Did you know his dad? Did you know his dad is the owner of a radio station where our buddy works in Baltimore, Maryland?
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, WCBM.
Oh God, right.
So family.
I knew the last
runs that
name.
radio station. They own it. So our buddy Drepp actually works for the dad of the guy.
Yeah, I'll have to email him about that.
Exactly. Hey man, how you doing?
Yeah.
What's your insurance provider?
I was about to say, what insurance do they have?
Exactly. That's probably not United Healthcare. But today on the poll, we're going to put you in jail for the weekend. It's the weekend only.
What do you get weekend for? Ted, you had what? The DUI thing? That was a weekend.
Well, right, but that was just getting arrested, and then they left me in there for a couple days, and then I had to go up to the tiers for a night. But certain crimes you get arrested for, and then sometimes you just have to go on the weekend to serve your time. Then you can work during the week.
Right.
But you got to check in like Friday night and get out, I think, Sunday night. Or
I've known 2 people that have done that, and neither one surprised. I was more surprised that they were let out to work than I was that they were in jail.
Yeah, a lot of people just go in for the weekends just to make up their time.
It's suspicion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Never
But,
convicted of anything.
Look, going to jail would have to be absolute hell, but it could be worse.
Again, Ted and I maintain this. There is a big difference. I don't care if I go back to jail. I would care if I go to prison. So to me, if it's just the weekend, that's you're in jail.
Yeah, that's
prison.
what I'm
It's like you ain't saying anyone.
The main thing is if you get real time at some point, you almost prefer to be in a prison.
Really?
You don't want to be in a jail for like 90 days.
All right, people waiting trial or
Why?
something like
The
that.
facility's not as nice? What's the deal?
Well, just because, right, like there's no different level, right? So like whatever
Jail, everybody's in one.
Everybody's in one, and then once they get convicted or whatever, if you go to a prison, there's like separate areas for more, violent people. Or
This
this
guy
or
has
that.
eaten
What if you
people.
murdered someone then?
Well, if you get arrested, oftentimes you're in jail with, like I was in jail with some tough dudes.
Right.
You're there for DUI. The other guy might be there. Suspicion of.
Yeah.
The other guy might be there for suspicion of murder.
Were you the only white guy in the jail?
No. But the only
You got the worst white guy you could possibly have.
the
at your
only other
backup.
2 white guys in there were other drug dealers, and I to this day it shocks me, but they were using the N-word freely, and nobody checked them. Nobody cared because they were in the same.
They were on that level, I guess, as far as just what they were in there for.
They had established themselves.
Yeah.
Ted, did you give it a try? Like, hey guys, let me give it a go.
Who wants this
No.
extra sandwich I have?
But I was definitely the only white guy in one of the bullpens, and the guy came in and started talking about the white man putting drugs, the white man, and I, whatever the look was. And I remember this one guy looks at me, he goes, I know you're scared. And I go, what? He goes, I could tell you like to eat. You ain't ate much.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Things were bad enough.
You have a future as a detective.
Yes, I'm starving.
And then, one night I was just sleeping on the floor. They brought in some dudes who were obviously pretty tough dudes. So the one guy, I wouldn't say full on kicked me, but he nudged me pretty good. It was just like, move your white ass. I'm on this floor.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What did you eat?
In the morning, you get a couple boiled eggs. Then you get a brown bag. And then lunch is just like bologna and cheese wrapped in saran wrap with white bread.
One sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the bologna. I don't know if there's cheese on it because I wouldn't eat it, but yeah, I saw there was a bologna sandwich, and I was like, damn.
I mean, I didn't eat much. And then the other thing, too, is
You
like.
don't get dinner?
say it's the same thing, those sandwiches.
No.
But until you get to like a bigger cell, there's not a water fountain either, and you just get that one little box of like grape drink.
Yeah.
So, I mean, most of the time...
Not even grape juice.
Yeah, you don't, like... And they're having conversations. There were some actual really nice conversations. Like, the one dude was telling me his crimes, and they were very violent crimes. But he was very...
Wow.
But very
Were you
nice.
asking follow-up questions?
I wasn't asking him anything. He was just kind of like, what'd they get you for? And I was like, oh, especially this and this. And he's like, oh, all right. And, you just kind of go, well, what about you? Oh, man, pick me up for this assault. And then me and my boy, and he's just talking about drug dealing and beating up people. Mm-hmm. But again, very nice. Because at that point...
Hell of a guy.
But you're all in the same boat at that point.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just kind of like, all right, I guess I'll be honest.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I couldn't. The only good thing about going to jail for 3 days is, it was the breakfast the next morning. So I hadn't really,
What did you eat?
Went to the Towson Diner with my dad.
That's the place where you tried to dine and dash.
Yep. Got a giant, I remember got a big-ass soda, and then I got an omelet and French toast on the side.
Is it the best omelet you've ever eaten in your life?
Best breakfast I've ever had in my
French
life.
toast you
Best
ever had?
shower, best breakfast. The only odd part was my dad looks at me and goes, I have a question for you. I go, what's up? Did anybody try anything? I was like, no.
Dude,
No.
Jesus, come on.
No.
You're worried I got
Now, were you in
sodomized.
there for one night?
I was supposed to be in there for the weekend, but I made enough noise. I honestly think I was just so disruptive, they let my ass out. But also, I had no record, right? So, part of their get back at me, because I know the guards didn't like me, but I was arrested for resisting arrest. So I'm like, guys, I'm in the company that long. But they handcuffed me. You and I see permission, right? You got to sign some paper to get out, so they handcuffed me.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
I appreciate all of you who are checking us out on YouTube at KISW Rock. Man, we've got, what do we got? 4,000 subscribers to the channel.
We have 4,060 miles.
All right.
Come
Not
on.
too shabby. If you do happen to check out the show, do us a favor and smash the like burger, as we like to call it. Give us the old thumbs up there. Our question, what was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Boone. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola.
Hey, okay, so this is kind of, I'll just tell you the story. So my friend and I were riding on our bikes, motorcycles down Schuster Parkway, nice day, a couple years ago in the summer, and he got into it with the car, and the car won. And he almost went over the railing, but needless to say, he passed away. And so I made it home, went down every alley. I was only 5 minutes from home. It took me about a half hour to get my bike home because I was so paranoid. Got home, walked around in circles like a stray cat. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there with my girlfriend all night. And about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not calling anybody. I don't even know what to do. I'm so distraught. I just lost my one of my best buddies. And so I'm just lost. And so 2:30 comes along, and somebody pounds on the door. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm like frozen. What the hell? I'm just like, what is going on? Who is that? And so my girlfriend Mary starts talking, and so then the door pounds again. Boom, boom, boom. And I was like, who is it? And she goes, who's this? And I go, Tracy? And she goes, Mike? And so anyways, it was my sister. So I fly open the door, and I'm like, oh, my God, what's up? And she's like, white as a ghost. And she's like, she just about collapsed in my arms. And she goes, the medical examiner, Pierce County, just called Mom and called me because we're both on your emergency contact list. And they called both of us, and luckily Mom didn't answer the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning. But I did, and she said that they wanted me to come down and identify your body. And I'm like, what? And she is like, oh my, I mean, we're just lost, but we're so excited. We went from pure, she was lost. I mean, her husband, Rick, everybody, they were just like, they called my other brothers, and everybody was just so screwed up with it. And
So
then
wait, did everyone in your family think you were dead at this point?
everybody did except my mom, thank God.
Don't tell Mom yet.
Thank God. Yeah, my mom would have died right there.
Jesus.
But so she so the medical examiner tells her to come down. So then she explains what happened to us, and so I am like screw that. So then I called down to the medical examiner's office. I honestly, you guys, I can't remember if I called right then or if I called it first thing in the morning. I think I called right after she left, but I said, hello. And he said, hi, there's a lot of medical, Pierce County Medical. And I said, hi, this is Mike Boone. Who do I talk to about coming back to life? And he's like, excuse me? And he goes, And he said my name. And I go, yeah. And he goes, what?
What?
He was frozen.
How did they make the mistake?
This is what happened. So as I'm sitting on the curb, I'm sitting there and there's a million, it's cops, everybody, ambulance, everybody. They're doing CPR on my friend. They just pulled me off of them and just sat me down. And I had an interview with a detective, a cop, a first responder, a medical person, from the ambulance. And I give him all of my information. My friend, I didn't know this, but my friend didn't have his ID with him. So I gave them all of his information. And I gave all my information. I gave them my ID. I gave them my driver's license. They filled out. I watched them fill everything out. And so all they did was they screwed up that my buddy Steve didn't, that he was the one that was alive and that I was the one that was dead. And so when they, and they called down there and it was just, those guys were just as lost as my sister was when I called them and said, yeah, this is Boone. They're like, what?
Okay, but here's my question then. All right, so I understand how they made the mistake, right?
Okay.
But that means no one has contacted your friend Steve's family. Who does that fall on? Is that the coroner? Do you have to make that call? Or what happens next? You still have to tell the family.
I called, his, I would say next of kin was a best friend of his dad's house that he lived at. And that's where he lived. And so I went over there and told him, and that was probably the worst thing I'd ever had to do in my life.
I think it probably will always be that.
Awful. Yeah. It's a hell of a 24 hours.
I hope it is. Yes.
I can't think of anything worse to do as far as having to tell somebody something.
It was horrible.
Yeah, man, oh man.
How many years ago was that?
It's only 2.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks.
Yeah, no, it's cool. He, it's funny because I helped him buy his motorcycle. It's super quick, but I helped him buy his motorcycle, just a few $100 so he could get it. And he said, I go, dude, since I got part of this, I don't want to have to scrape you off the road or anything. We just, be responsible. And he grabs me by the shoulders and he goes, look at me with the biggest grin on his face. And he goes, if I die on this thing, I'm going to die the happiest dude in the whole world. I have never been this happy in 15, 20 years. And I go, all right. Enough said. About 2 weeks later.
Who was honestly at fault?
It was the medical, no, it could have been the medical examiner. It was
the accident. As far as the accident goes.
Oh, the accident. The guy cut him off, and he tried to catch up to him, and I was like, I unfortunately had to hear the whole thing on my intercom on my helmet. And that was probably the worst thing of the accident, other than watching it all happen in front of me. He almost went over the guardrail and went onto oncoming traffic,
Jeez.
30 feet down.
Was he alert at all for any amount of time after the accident, or was he knocked out?
No. I saw him his helmet bounced off of one of those 8x8 posts that hold the guardrail on.
Jeez, wow.
And he did a pirouette, and he was just laying face up, and I looked at him, and I just closed his eyes with my fingers. That was the only thing I had to do. And then the people pulled me off of him because, they were just like, we can do it. We got him. And I'm like, hey, make sure, don't take his helmet off. Don't do, because I knew his injury was in his head. But there was so much blood, within 10 seconds. I got there like when you're in your BMX bike as a little kid, and you go running up to your friends if he crashes on the jump, and you run up and you just throw your bike off into the bushes, and you go to help him. That's what I did with my motorcycle. Wow. I just threw my motorcycle on the ground.
I'm amazed that you can laugh about it now, to be honest with you. I think I'd still be traveling.
Oh, no, I get all the funny parts of this.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Wow, man, that is.
He wouldn't want me to be sad one bit. He wouldn't want me to be sad one day of my life over it.
Yeah, true.
I know that.
I get it.
Well, apparently that happens all the time.
Wow, man.
British parents planning a funeral for their 17-year-old son, who police said died in a car crash weeks earlier, suddenly learned he was in fact alive.
See, there it happens everywhere.
Police mistakenly believed that Trevor T.J. Wynn had died on December 13th in a car crash near Rotherham, alongside a 17-year-old girl, and that 18-year-old Joshua Johnson had survived and was in a medically induced coma. Their error was revealed early Monday, weeks after the accident, when the comatose male woke up and said his name. Police then took Trevor's mother to the hospital, where she confirmed the teen was in fact her son. It had been heartbreaking for them, who notes it wasn't entirely happy news for the family, as Trevor is still in a bad place, but he's still alive. Johnson's family said they had spent hours in the hospital with who we now know to be Trevor, adding what we have been through and are continuing to go through is unimaginable. Local counselor described the error as disgraceful and criticized the lack of due diligence.
How is it that story is that? Because on the other side of that means the family who thought their kid is still alive in the coma
was there at the hospital.
Hey, that's not your kid is dead. Like, to me, that's the heavier headline.
Yes.
Right? Jeez, man.
What was the most embarrassing mistake that you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, John. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, guys.
Hola.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Happy 21st.
No, thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
Broadcast responsibly, right?
Yeah, there you go. We're old enough to do that now.
Trying.
Yes.
All right. So it's not a story of mine, but it's a family member, ex-family member. My ex-wife's little sister told a story about how her new job was going as a hostess at a really fancy restaurant when we were all sitting around for a family dinner. And she's really gullible. Little Holly was really gullible. You could just, tell her anything and she'd believe it. So she comes in for this evening dinner shift as a hostess, and they were sampling. They came up with a new dessert for the night, and it was a Marion Berry cobbler. And so she comes in for her shift, and she tries a little bit of it because she's going to be suggesting it, and says, this cobbler is really good. This cobbler is really good. What kind of berries are these? And one of her coworkers tells her, "Oh, those are dingleberries, Holly. Those are dingleberries, right?" And so she goes through that entire dinner service, suggesting, it's kind of a fixed menu, pretty fancy place.
Yeah.
And she goes through the whole setup, like, we've got these entrees, this and this, and I really suggest you try the dingleberry cobbler for dessert. And all these people are just side-eyeing her, like, what? What? So that's the gist of it. Hey, before we hang up end this conversation, I want to give you guys a phone dong, if that's okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
But anyway, dingleberry cobbler, man. I feel bad for Holly, and she laughed it off. She was such a good. I wish I was still affiliated with her family.
That's a big problem with divorce. Yeah, man.
That's it, man. The worst part about that is the way they set it up. It's that when she's done telling you the entrees or appetizers, she makes the additional statement of, "I really recommend." Right? If you just left that off, it's not quite as bad. And I really recommend, seriously, save room for our dingleberry cobbler. That makes it so much worse.
Yeah, and you could tell the way he's even talking about it. Well, she just meant it in a doing her job. And just
that's probably what made it weird, right? Because if you're listening to it, if they're kind of smirking when they say it, maybe you chuckle. Like, okay, they're being funny. But I imagine she was super sincere. So you kind of, when she walks away, like, all right, is she effing with us or is that what's going on here?
Yeah, and I swear to God, growing up on the East Coast, I never heard of a Marion Berry until I moved out here. I don't know if they're there and I didn't know it. Maybe I just passed by them in the grocery store, whatever the deal is. I had never heard of them before. So if you were to have a really nice fancy restaurant in D.C. and offer somebody the Marion Berry cobbler, they would assume that Marion Berry was a regular customer of that restaurant, and this was his specialty, and this is what he liked, and they just named it after him.
Or that you're selling drugs out of the bag.
Something.
Right,
that would
he's
be
the
my
famous mayor of D.C. that
if you've never heard of him, he was a mayor in D.C., and his name was Marion Berry. And to Miles' point, maybe Marion Berry's grown on the East Coast, but I had never heard of a Marion Berry, just like you, until I moved here. So Marion Berry, if you're on the East Coast, only means this D.C. mayor. This D.C. mayor got busted on video smoking crack with prostitutes. By the way, he won re-election as well.
And I'll tell you this,
but
he didn't stop.
No.
It wasn't like he got busted and went, man, I'm sorry. He kept doing it. I mean, didn't you meet him, Ted, and he was just sweating so much you couldn't even
I
shake
met
his
him when
hand?
this was before he got busted.
Right.
Right, because he would always be at all the union stuff. So my dad introduced me to him, and I remember just saying, why is he so sweaty?
Now you know.
Now right. And
all
then
that crack.
Even after, right, because he might have gone to jail for a little bit.
I think he
but
did
when
a
he
little
got
bit of
out,
time.
then he stayed in D.C. government. He kept winning elections.
Yeah, the people love him. Look, he did good things. Yeah, he smokes crack and hangs out with prostitutes, but look at what he's done for the city. Now, all that said...
Well, it's like Ford in Toronto.
Right, Rob Ford.
Yeah.
Just,
Same idea.
Smoking crack, getting hammered, but but he does good things when he's sober. Have either of you tried a Marionberry? I still haven't tried one.
Yeah.
So are
They're
they
tart.
good?
They're tart.
Are they tart? Okay.
I mean, I've only had like a jam or something. I think I bought it at Snoqualmie Falls or something.
Okay. Yeah, I still haven't had one. Because I cannot not picture him.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Some of those berries, too, to me, are better inside of something.
Yes, when they add a little sugar.
Right.
Right. Cut down on the bitterness and the tartness.
Parade and everything.
Hello, Jeff. Welcome to the men's room.
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
Hola, bitch, hola.
Hola.
Dingleberry, that is hilarious. Back in high school, homecoming week, our senior year, it was a big homecoming game. You have the parade and everything, and then you have like your freshman, sophomore, junior, senior skit, And so I was the opposing team's mascot, and we were playing the Tenino Beavers, so I was a beaver.
Okay.
And my costume looked like a straight-up shag carpet ripped out of a 1970s Oldsmobile.
Yeah.
That was my costume for a beaver.
Only the best for high school mascots, yes.
Yeah, oh yeah. They put in as little effort as possible. So, and this was back when Jackass was really big. So I graduated in 2002. So Jackass was huge. Wrestling, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Goldberg and all that.
Sure.
So my role was to run out in the middle of the basketball court and steal the Elma Eagles mascot. And we're straight up varsity blues. I mean, we're blue and white. I mean, this is people from Tenino used to say, we hate playing you corn-fed mother effers. So I ran out to grab her, and she didn't weigh nothing but $110. And so I was supposed to just grab her and just steal her, right? Well, I went to one-up it and grab her like in a fireman's carry. So I pick her up on my shoulders. Well, I turn to run off the court in the middle of the court as fast as I can. Well, I trip over my own feet and Samoa drop her right on her head.
Oh,
just
man.
drop her right in the middle of the court. And you hear the whole crowd. I mean, because this isn't just the kids. This is the parents. This is, all the family members, watching all the skits. And I straight up dump her right on her head. And I'm laughing. I go to try to pick her up, and I'm laughing. She's laughing. I'm surprised she didn't knock her unconscious. So I just grab her and just drag her off the court, because that's me stealing it. And then, so later in the skit, the high school football team was to basically kick the crap out of me and steal the mascot back. So, like I said, back then, Stone Cold Steve Austin. So, the guy who ended up spear tackling me in the middle of the court, he was state wrestling champ every single year, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, and he hit me full force. And then, like wrestling style, you're supposed to, stomp the ground at the same time that you're stomping on them.
Yeah.
I think they forgot the stomp the ground part.
He was just hitting you.
Hit the living crap out of me in the middle of the courtroom. And then they dragged me off. They dragged me off because that was part of the skit. That part was supposed to be it. They dragged me off, and the reason why we didn't win was one of the teachers was sitting right next to a little girl. She was probably like 10, 11 years old. And when they drug me off, she turned and looked at the teacher and asked, "Is that guy dead?" Yeah. That was the most embarrassing. Oh, God.
Well, thank God Thank God you didn't knock her
the
out.
entire town.
Yeah.
Well, now, did people know you were the mascot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was supposed to be I was the beater. Okay, and this is the greatest part. So that game, so that was Thursday, and then we played Friday night. So we played them, and we ended up beating them 113-0.
Damn.
We got in trouble for running up the score, but it was like 50-0 in the first quarter. We had C Squad in the first quarter. It's like, what do you want us to do? Put in the cheerleaders?
At some point, the other team needs to show up, man.
There was a cheerleader that could move some offensive lines. So
wow, damn,
yeah, and the headline read, "Elma boys feast on beavers."
Oh God,
that was the headline.
That's the headline. Yeah. All right. Nice to work for the small.
High school mascots, I've seen them get into it before.
What, legit?
Right. Like even our guy, right? What's it? Buck the Stag.
All right.
Like it's some basketball game, and him and the eagle kind of got into it. So he kind of went to kind of spin the eagle, but then as the eagle was falling, his head flew off.
Oh no!
So then the next game, the eagle was real mad. It got to a point where they had to tell, all right, mascots, do not interact with each other, because you're right. I mean, they were throwing hands. They were pissed.
My senior year, we played Elkins, and it was their homecoming.
All right.
And we were up. The score was it wasn't ridiculous. It was 54-3 or 54-7.
Did you say it wasn't ridiculous?
Well, basically at halftime, we determined we weren't going to throw the ball anymore. We were just going to hand it off. And Dave Watson just kept breaking and going to the end zone.
So they can't even tackle.
Now the score's going up. We might have been up 28-0 or something like that. But now, but they thought we were running up the score. So we had to get escorted to the bus. Now we're in high school.
Right.
And the entire town is surrounding the bus. And they're screaming at us. Now keep in mind, I grew up in a town of 28,000 people without students. And they were screaming, "Go back to the big city, you city slickers!" Because Elkins is in the middle of nowhere. They're banging on the bus. We rode home with 2 broken windows.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, glass was in the bus, man. We thought we honest to God thought we were going to get.
Dude,
we're going to. It's a high school.
We're
football
not running up the score. Your team sucks that bad.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
To this big brother, right? And just the look on his face. I don't know what he's in for, but it can't be good, all right?
Oh, so this is another inmate.
It's another inmate, but
okay.
I had not seen him up until the point that they let me out, okay? So they handcuff you to this guy, and you walk down the hall. So we're walking, and everything's fine, and I'm not trying to make eye contact with this big, giant son of a bitch. But the one thing that he did say to me on the walk down to the commissioner, again, I was a little loud when I was there. He's like, "Was you that in-bomb making all that goddamn noise last night?" I was like, "I was not, man, but I heard him too." Now, keep in mind, I was. But I wasn't going to tell him that because apparently I annoyed him, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of whatever his temper might be. So we get down to the commissioner. Now, keep in mind, his right hand is handcuffed to my left hand. I am left-handed. So we get to the commissioner, and the commissioner pulls out my paperwork, and he's like, "Let's see here, Stephen Hill." Glances at the other guy, and he's straight up like, "Ted, you're back in here again, man." Another thought. Okay.
Yeah.
These guys are familiar with each other. So this big dude, I don't know what he's into, but he's been here a lot where it's a first name basis. And the guy was even kind of disappointed, but casual with him. It's like a teacher admonishing you after school kind of thing. So he goes to the crap you have to go through. It only takes like 5-10 minutes. But before you leave, you have to sign your paper. And again, I'm left-handed. So paper sitting there. I grab the pen, and then I realize he's not moving his right arm. So I can't sign the paper, and he's making it a point, and he's just looking at me.
Not to move his arm?
Oh, yeah. And I was like, "Come on, man." And he still wouldn't move his arm, so I'm like, sliding close to the front.
Exactly.
I'm not going to F with this guy. There's zero chance I'm going to do it. So they uncuff me. I am now free to go. This guy still has to finish up with the commissioner. He has a lengthier whatever's going on in his world. But I turned around and looked at him. I'm like, "I was that mother effer that said all that crap last night, bitch, after you." Then because he's handcuffed to a chair. So there's my moment of bravery.
Did you run the hell out of there?
I walked briskly.
Yeah,
I would say that. And then
but what if you would have run into that guy? Baltimore's a small town in a lot of ways.
That's all I could think when I walked out, man. Because I said it, like, F this guy. And then as I'm walking back out into, the real world again, I'm like, if I bump into this dude...
He could work in a kitchen. You know what I mean?
I guarantee you work in a kitchen. That, 90% of the people working in kitchens have a record. Right? Whether big or small, but they've done something. I'm like, if I bump into this guy again, that will be the end of my freaking life, man. And again, I don't know what he did, but it was much worse than me. And whatever he's into, he did often enough that the commissioner knew him by his first name as soon as he saw him.
It was somewhat cordial.
Yeah, I mean, because it was just like I said, sounded like a disappointed teacher. You know, like, Ted, you're in here again. God, Ted, come on, you can learn your lesson.
I mean, keep in mind, this jail we're talking about, we went, because you were in North Ave, right? Right, they closed it in 2015, cited systematic corruption and deplorable conditions.
Oh, it was awful.
Like, I knew a guy that did 6 years for robbing banks, and he was like, oh, Jesus, man. I did 6 months in that jail. It was awful.
Did you use the bathroom?
Yes.
I mean, are you sharing a cell with someone, or are you in a group?
No, there's a bunch of people in there.
Okay.
And then when I went up to the tiers, because it's Baltimore, so the cells are all filled, and they have these things they call boats, because it looks like a rowboat, and you flip it upside down and sleep on that.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you're using the bathroom, you have to use the bathroom in front of a group of people?
Correct. There's like a little wall, so everybody. And the thing is, I was very worried about the shower, but I mean, there was one swole up brother, and he was covering his junk the whole time.
Really?
I mean, almost to the point I want to be like, there's no way it's smaller than mine. Like, what are you scared of?
Hey, bro, it's going to sound weird. Let me see your penis, man.
Right.
What are you hiding in there?
You're right.
Well, the other best line was like, get my yellow jumpsuit right. And I go up to the guy and go, this doesn't fit. And he goes, it's jail. Just like close the window. Like, all right.
It's jail.
Like somebody smoked a joint in the cell. They didn't say anything.
Did they pass it to anybody else?
They did. I did not smoke weed at the time. I was like, in my head, I was like, they're going to charge me with possession.
Could you imagine,
you'd be the guy.
What about the headspace you would be in after that, too? You know, just thinking like, now I'm high, and I mean, now it's really.
But those guys throw a test. A lot of them just don't care. They're just like, well, I could use 3 hots and a cot for a couple weeks anyhow, so it's no biggie.
It's not.
Yeah.
To them, anyway.
To them.
Like, to me, I'm like, that's a big deal.
For us, it feels different. Like, be like, lesson learned.
So you got 4 people, and you're going to be in the cell with one of them, all right?
All right.
For the weekend. So pick a cellmate for the weekend. Our first option is...
By the way, Miles, you need to get arrested sometime.
I know.
You just need...
don't put it out there.
Yeah, I'm really working on it.
Yeah, just something. Just a weekend jaunt at a bridge.
If I'm not here Monday.
There we go.
First person on the list is Kanye West.
All right.
So, regardless, you know that he would
Let me talk to you right now about something. Please don't.
I don't think he would shut up the entire time.
I don't either. And
so I think that's the problem with that.
The problem is I think I would end up assaulting him. I honestly do. He annoys me anyway, but now I'm trapped in a cell with him. Like it just if he didn't talk, whatever. But I don't think it's possible that he would not just keep talking and
He's
talking.
punched a ton of people.
Who has?
Kanye. Oh yeah.
All right, that's fine.
I mean,
we can fight.
It used to be like every year. It was like somebody would walk up to him and he'd punch him in the face.
I mean, I know the rest of the list. I'm going to take him.
You're going to take
Really?
Kanye.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got to hear
You
what's
feel like
left.
you can have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
Ted, look, hey man, your first couple
I
albums.
saw you open up for.
Yeah.
Like have you always been an opener?
I'm just like,
Edge him.
It sounds bad, and I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but out of the next people you're going to read on the list, I'd rather be in there talking with him.
Wow. Okay.
Number 2 on the list. Cellmate for the weekend would be Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen DeGeneres, which I just think she would be annoying.
I think she'd be annoying, but I don't think I'd want to brutal. Like Kanye, I just feel like, man, for
might get
20
physical.
minutes, I'm going to lose my mind.
Right.
Ellen, I feel like you could just say shut up and you would agree to not talk.
Okay.
You know, Kanye, it's just impossible. He is not going to shut up.
Next on the list is Will Smith.
I could not do it. I couldn't do it. I can't say I've never liked him. That's not true. I've enjoyed some of his movies. I like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But as we get on in age and I see more interviews with him, even aside from the bitch slap and all that kind of thing, just there's something about him that really, really annoys me.
And I'm not sure what it is.
I don't know.
You can't put your finger on it.
No.
I'm the same way.
He seems like a decent enough guy.
He's had roles that I've liked,
But again, there's just
I don't
something
like his
about
music.
him.
I think his music sucks.
I don't like his music.
Never
but,
liked the Fresh Prince and DJ.
But I don't know. There's something about him just really. What's your beef with him, Ted? Because you're taking Kanye
He
over
would
Will
just-
Smith.
Yeah.
Pretentious?
He would just annoy me.
Yeah.
Right, like he would talk, but it would be, and I don't know that I believe all his stuff. Right?
I don't at all.
About positivity and this and that.
You
Just
bitch
shut
slapped
up.
the guy.
Well, but he didn't go to jail for that.
No.
He assaulted someone on national television and did not go to jail.
Well, you have to press charges. I think Chris Rock
Chris
should
Rock
let
did
it go.
not do that.
Yeah.
And finally on the list of cellmate for the weekend, that would be the lovely Madonna.
Oh, God. I think I'm taking Ellen DeGeneres. We have to do a co-ed jail. I'm going to take her. I just feel like she'd be the quietest. I don't like her, but I feel like you could convince her to not talk.
Our men's room poll, pick a cellmate for the weekend. Will it be Kanye West, Ellen DeGeneres, Will Smith, or Madonna? Big Dummy coming up next. Play the big game.
Our first contestant is Tom. Hello, Tom. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hola.
Tom, you still not sober?
Still not sober.
All right, good for you, Tom. Okay, men's room poll, first one of the new year. Pick a cellmate for the weekend. Are you going to take Kanye West, Ellen DeGeneres, Will Smith, or Madonna?
I think Will Smith.
You're going to hang out with Will Smith, huh? Okay. Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince, yes, indeed.
I think that would be the one that would annoy me the most.
Really?
Yep.
More than Kanye. More than Madonna.
I could sit there with Madonna.
Really? You could?
Yes.
I couldn't do it.
Will Smith would just annoy me.
Okay, fair enough. Where are you going on this, Des, or are you taking Kanye?
I'm taking Kanye. Look, he is insane. I just feel like he would be entertaining.
For a minute.
I feel like after a weekend, too, he'd be like, "You want to do something together?" I'd be like, yeah. Yeah, like.
Bring your naked wife.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd hop on a track with him.
What about you, Mike? Where are you going? You got these 4 great options. It's just one weekend.
I know. I really don't know. Hang on. Run down them one more time for me.
It is Kanye West, Ellen DeGeneres, Will Smith, or Madonna.
I feel like Madonna. I think that she would be insufferable, but she would eventually like click over into, you're just legitimately crazy. Okay.
You think?
Yeah.
I think she just stays at insufferable somehow.
Yeah.
That's just me. Yeah. Well, she might have to give me a big hairy mouth hug. All right, Tom, here is your question. Multiple choice. The lumbar spine consists of how many?
The shenanigans continue. This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Doing it live night, Yachty and Naughty at the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's coming up Friday night, February the 13th.
Jeez.
Yes. It is the livest radio thing you'll ever experience in your life. Livest hosts, livest laughter, live sound effects, live voice actors, and of course, a live band. Daily Mix Show completely live, as the men's room are as well. Radio Spectacular. That is Live Night returns on February 13th. Hope to see you there. Tickets on sale now, KISW.com. All right, question, what was the most embarrassing mistake that you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK. We make mistakes in broadcasting all the time.
Oh, yeah.
This happened a couple weeks ago. Hockey fans listening to the Philadelphia Flyers radio call got something the team definitely didn't intend. An explicit joke from its longtime play-by-play guy during what he seemed to think was a commercial break. Tim Sanders, the radio voice of the Flyers on 97.5 The Fanatic, appeared to believe the game had gone to a TV timeout late in the third, and his microphone had been cut off. Well, it was a TV timeout, but the radio crew did not go to break.
Oops.
After several seconds of silence and some filler sounds, he made a lewd joke to a colleague who had bent over to pick up his pencil or pen that he dropped. He said, while you're down there, why won't you mind just And that was broadcast to all the listeners. Color analysis, Todd Federick, realized they were live and said, I think we're still on the air, Tim. But Sanders initially assumed Federick was teasing him and laughed, apparently unaware that the comment had gone out live. The Flyers later announced that a 2-game suspension had been issued by the team and its radio partners, though they did not mention Saunders by name. In a statement, the organization and station apologized to listeners, offering sincere regrets to anyone offended. Look, stuff happens.
It does. I did it once as far as going out over the air, and I've told this before, but I wasn't even... I worked at a radio station, but I was not even on air yet, right? Big Ravens broadcast, but we're the flagship station, so it's not that it just went over our station. It also went to 18 other affiliates.
Same thing with the Flyers guy.
God, right, because this
Same
is...
exact thing.
That's NHL, I'm doing NFL, so if you're the flagship station, then you doled this out to all the other stations that carry it. And it was CBS Radio at the time. And CBS was very much a by-the-book and super corporate kind of structure. Anyway, they put out some memo, and I don't remember what the memo was about, but everyone was irritated about it. So I'm working master control in the studio. There's about 8 of us in there. So we're chatting about this memo, and everyone, of course, is bitching about it, blah, blah, blah. What I didn't realize is that when I leaned on the board, my elbow hit the mic on button. The thing about running master control is if you turn on your microphone, it does not matter what else you're broadcasting. It can be a speech from the president. You punt them off the air, and the only thing people are going to hear is what you're saying. So the only words that came out of my mouth that went to all of the other affiliates were, that effing memo. And then I see the looks on the faces of the other guys in the studio, and they're like, dude, the mic's on. So I turned it off, and I'm like, oh, no. About 2 minutes later, the hotline rings. They're like, dude, you know that's Bob. You got to answer it. I said, I know it's Bob. I'm not going to answer it. They're like, man, Bob, by the way, he's the big boss. So I said, I'm not going to answer that because if I answer it, he's going to fire me. They're like, well, yeah, probably. I'm like, so I'm not going to answer it because here's the thing. I know for a fact he's at the Ravens game. He's sitting in some nice-ass suite talking potential investors or advertising people, right? So he's not going to leave that to discipline an employee because that's a bad look. The only way he found out is because some of the people running our broadcast at the other stations called. I found out a couple of days later he had gotten 16 calls out of the 18 possible affiliates. So I said, and the hotline kept ringing through the rest of our broadcast. I said, guys, seriously, I'm not going to answer the phone because all he's going to do is fire me. Maybe cooler heads will prevail by tomorrow. So tomorrow was Monday. I come rolling in, acting like absolutely nothing was amiss. Our other boss, Bill, so Bob and Bill carried about the same amount of weight. Bill liked me a little better. So Bill, as soon as he sees me, come into my office. And then the words you never want to hear, close the door. That means you're about to get in trouble, right? So I already knew what it was about, but I'm not going to say anything. So he goes to the whole explanation and is, my understanding is that an F-bomb about the effing memo went out to 18 of our affiliates, 19 stations if you include our own. I said, man, I heard about that too. My understanding is that it sounded a lot like you. Like, you're not the first person to say that, man. So there's this Paul, because I'm just not going to admit to it. It's one of those, if I admit it, he has to fire me kind of thing. And he kind of got that sense. So in the end, he just said, this is what I will tell you. Whoever it was that did that, if they do it again, I'm still going to fire you. I was like, hey, duly noted, man. I said, I will let them know to be more careful in the future. He's like, I think you should do that. And that was the only time I heard about it.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Sandra. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
So, my husband and I run a mobile food business. We operate out of a tent. We don't have a food truck yet, but we were doing a fair for the very first time since we started our business, and so excited because we're actually doing corn dogs at the fair. Ooh. And that's like a big deal to get into in order to do. So super excited, and I offer a whole bunch of different varieties. Like I have German hot link, I have German sausage, I have the 100% beef regular hot dog, and I even have a vegetarian dog. Now, problem is once they all go in the batter, they look exactly the same.
All right.
So I have a color code system that I color the sticks with a permanent marker so that I can tell when they come out of the fryer what they are. Well, when blue goes into the oil, it fades and looks kind of green, which was the color of my vegetarian dog. And I had accidentally given a beef corn dog to a vegetarian who handed it to him. They were great, good, walked away, come back a few minutes later, absolutely livid, upset. I had ruined their life and ruined their day and
turned them on to the most delicious thing that's been in their mouth in years.
Right, and it was just an honest mistake, and they just were not letting me remake it or anything, and apologize up and down. But I felt bad because I take great pride in taking care of people who are vegetarian. I even have vegan options.
Yeah, of course.
Things like that. So, it really hurt my pride a lot. Funny thing is I had 4 vegetarian dogs that we kept losing, couldn't figure out where they were going. Well, one of my employees kept handing them out as beef. So 4 people who ordered beef dogs got vegetarian dogs, and the one who wanted the vegetarian dog got a beef.
Now, let me ask you this. Did any one of the beef-wanting corn dog people come back and bitch about getting a vegetarian dog?
Not one.
Okay.
That would be harder to tell because it's a corn dog.
Yeah. It's harder to tell, but my point, just from working in restaurants, I don't know what it is. vegan, I get that's a little different, a little
What?
more extreme. But why is it that if a vegetarian accidentally eats a meat, because vegetarians, listen, we're not trying to intentionally give you meat. It is an honest mistake. But vegetarians absolutely lose their frickin' minds if they get a bite of meat, as opposed to someone who's not a vegetarian gets the vegetarian version of something. You're disappointed, and maybe you ask for a return, but you don't lose your S. It just, in my experience, vegetarians, if they accidentally get a piece of meat, right, lose their ass. I mean, top to bottom. Where if someone just gets who wanted meat, got something vegetarian, it's like, ooh, hey,
They're not principled.
I meant to order blah.
I think it's more
Yeah.
because they don't want an animal to die for them. Is the whole thing.
Well, I got news. That animal's already dead. I did
It
not
is.
kill this for you.
The
I
plants are
understand your
dead,
point.
too.
I would
You
say
did not contribute.
Also, a lot of
to that.
vegetarian. As I say, vegetarians that haven't had meat in a while, it can mess up their system too.
Sure. I know. I'm just saying. No reaction is just like Jesus Christ. Why nobody likes
I got to
you?
ask you a question there. You said you make you make Polish sausage or German sausage. Do you cook that before you dip it?
Yes.
I would have to say, because I could not imagine that would cook in a corn dog all the way through. So you cook it, you cool it, then you dip it, then you cook it again.
Cook if you put it in the fryer without pre-cooking. I mean, because they're already cured and everything, so you could eat it straight out of the fridge if you wanted,
Okay.
but you still have that outer casing that is chewy or gummy, and nobody likes that. So
Yeah,
I
that
always
is true.
try it so when you bite into it, you get that nice snap, just like you would expect out of a corn dog.
You know, you make it. I've never heard
And
anyone
I've
say
had-
my sausage would be better if it were just a little gummier.
No, I have had when we very first started doing it, I did have somebody point that out, that it just made kind of an unpleasant bite. So I started experimenting right away and doing that with both our hot link and our German sausage, so that it had that nice sharp bite to it. And everybody just says it's the best corn dog they've ever had.
Where are you going to be next?
I'm Well, we're coming up on our summer season. We're down in Thurston County. I'm hoping to get to do Thurston County Fair again this year. We'll be at JBLM for Freedom Fest. We'll be at Lacey 4th of July and Tumwater 4th of July. So we're around.
Okay. I'll look for you.
Have you changed your color coding system, knowing that the blue will fade to green?
I actually found somebody who has laser etched my sticks, so they actually say beef and vegetarian on the side.
That's a smart idea.
Where do
And it
you
doesn't
find a
come off in the
person?
fryer.
Do you do you look around for someone that can laser etch corn dog sticks, or did someone come to you?
No, I had a friend who's like, I have a laser etch. Give me a few corn dogs, I'll try it out, or sticks. And I gave her some, and she did it, and it was like, that is fantastic. So yeah.
Awesome. All right, I got a question for you.
Gotten better. Go for it.
You're in the corn dog. Like, is there any issues with regular hot dog stand people? Do you guys all get along?
Like,
or-
do they get mad if you show up?
Right, because like yours is all encompassing.
So in the corn dog world, a lot of vendors won't have two people who do corn dogs, even though ours are very different than most standard corn dogs, because we do the panko breadcrumb, we do the hot Cheeto dipped or things like that, and I have like spicy batter and all sorts of different stuff. But if an event has a regular corn dog person, they will say, "Sorry, we already have somebody who does corn dogs."
What's the name of your
So
What's the name of
ours
your
are
corn dog stand?
Completely different.
What's the name of your corn dog joint?
We are chaotic. We're Chaotic Eats. You'll find us on Facebook.
Yeah, we're looking you up now, man. Sorry, once you said the Cheeto dust and all that, like, all right.
Oh yeah, check it out online. They are amazing. They are seriously. I get more compliments. We make sure our meat is quality. Our dogs are cooked well. An accident where you got a vegetarian, but
Oh, they're always going to complain. But how did you get into the corn dog game? Like, when did you know, like, hey, man, I am very versatile with my corn dog crust?
Honestly, I wasn't starting with corn dogs. We started with Hawaiian shave ice. And we still do that because we take great pride, and we like studied Hawaii and how they make their ice and the different things that go into it and all that stuff. So we did that. And while we were doing that, Thurston County, the Chamber of Commerce had come to us and was like, "Hey, we're talking about doing an event where it's circus themed, and I know you guys do cotton candy and popcorn and shave ice, but could you guys do like corn dogs or something? And I went, well, let me make a few phone calls. I called the health department to find out if it fit within our food handlers, and they said, yep, you're good to go. And
So wait,
then
I can do
started
cotton
playing
candy,
with batter.
popcorn, and corn dogs.
What the hell is a
carny
corn
food.
dog with what's the corn dogs with the cheese? What's that all about?
Yeah, we're looking at videos.
Oh, yeah. So the corn dog goes, well, because I do the Korean style, so you could get either the cheese and meat, or you can just get cheese on a stick that's dipped and battered like a corn dog. Yeah, we have quite a bit. We've got pepper jack cheese, Monterey jack cheese, Colby jack cheese, mozzarella, and yeah. So, and we'll mix it with like the beef corn dog and the mozzarella. We did the garlic fest down in Chehalis, and we had a garlic batter that we did for that. That ended up being so amazing that it is now part of our permanent menu.
All right.
Okay. Good for you guys.
Yeah.
And you have churros and cotton candy.
Churros, cotton candy, and I've broken into hamburgers now. I don't know why, but that came around, and now those are blowing up.
By the way, people on YouTube keep asking, what's the name again? It is Chaotic Eats. Chaotic Eats.
Chaotic Eats.
Yeah, well, so what do you guys do like this time of the year, man? It's just after the holidays. It's a crappy time of year. People are broke. It's gray outside. It's early January. I mean, is this, I don't know, like summer communities where you're making no money now and you make all your money during the summertime?
So my husband works for a school district. He's disabled vet, so he works part-time for a school district as a bus aide with disabled children. I used to be a school bus driver. I've only just, with the way our business has been growing, finally stepped out of that avenue so that I can handle kind of learning more about the ins and outs of the business end of things as far as all the accounting stuff and all that stuff. So I'm taking some classes at the college to learn a few things, and so that once we get our trailer built, then we will be off and running on a full-time basis.
All right. Well, if you're ever up in Seattle, stop on by and bring us some.
Yeah, let us know.
We got an air fryer in here, so we can heat them back up.
If we do Red Fest again and we're outdoors, man, we'll be reaching out to you for sure.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Just a quick side note, man. Those corn dogs look legit.
Yeah.
I've only ever had a corn dog that's a corn dog, not Cheeto does, not garlic style. You know what I'm saying? She's saying it, and I'm like, how's no one done this before?
I've seen those Korean style ones before with all the cheese. I've just never had them.
Yeah, man. Actually, it just made me hungry.
You ever seen the footlong one?
Corn dog?
Yeah.
No.
It was over in West Seattle, and they were having like a street fair.
Okay.
This guy was walking around with a foot-long corn dog.
Did it bug you?
What bugged me is the fact that he had his container, and there was like a very circle of mustard, a circle of mayonnaise, but he was holding it. He was just holding that corn dog straight out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the girl I was with, I go, hey, you don't need to be walking around pointing that thing at people.
Said the old man. Hey, I'll point that foot-long corn dog at people.
Me.
Yeah, hold it up to your mouth. Take a bite out of it. You can't just walk around pointing a foot long at people. It's against the rules.
I mean, you're saying it, I'm picturing it in my head like that would probably bug me too.
You're instigating something.
What about a chocolate-covered banana?
Yeah.
I look, I don't know. I've seen my cousin eat one, and it was not a good look.
No, it's
at
not.
Disney World, that chocolate-covered banana. But that bastard walking around with a foot long, it's just like, I don't know, man. There's got to be a better way to hold that thing. Look, he was using it like a weapon, Miles.
Okay.
Hello, Brock. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola.
How you doing, you guys?
Excellent, good, man.
So, my story, we're in high school. I was 16, had a Toyota pickup, lifted, cool truck, and we decided to skip school one day and go to a buddy's house that had a bunch of trails and a big mud pit, no one could make, and tested the trucks, and we had a case of beer in the back, and we're cruising out, skip school, cruising out, and me and my buddy were distracted like all teenagers are, and looking over at something, and an elderly man in a Dodge Dakota was stopping to make a left there, and we ended up rear-ending him, and did some pretty good damage, hurting him, and he got out. He was pissed. The cops came, and then my mom showed up. I was 16. We were trying to hide the beer in the back, and it was a bad day.
Did you manage to hide the beer, or did your mom catch wind of that too?
We were trying to hide it in the toolbox in the back. We managed to actually hide we had a 24-pack Budweiser. We hid it in the toolbox before the cops found it, but
good move.
Yeah, no, it was a bad day. But I remember high insurance from there on out, and yeah.
The first time I even tried to skip, and I skipped school a lot, but the first day that I decided, you know what, I'm skipping school. I don't want to be here. I'm walking down. So everyone's in class at this point. I'm staking out the bathroom. I know everyone's in class. I walk down the hall. I just want to get to the front door of the school. Freedom, right? Random teacher. I've never seen it before. He stops me. Do you have a hall pass? I'm like, oh, I don't, but my teacher let me go to the bathroom. That's why I figured it would be cool. Said, who's the teacher? Now, I don't want to say a teacher I actually had, because if you were to ask that teacher, they know me. But I knew there was a Spanish teacher. I'd never had this guy. His name was Mr. Iriarte. And apparently all the kids loved him. So they're like, dude, if you get Spanish, get him. I did take Spanish. I didn't get him. Anyway, I said, I'm a Mr. Iriarte Spanish class. And I said this with such confidence. I'm like, I'm good. And he looked at me and he said, I'm Mr. Iriarte. Like, dude. Zap! I was like, there's 50 teachers in this school. Of course, I never knew what he looked like. That's when I met him. He actually shook my hand. And you are? Gave him my name. It's like, I'll be escorting you to the principal, Mr. Hill. I'm like, damn it, man.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Vertebrae, 5, 7, 9, or 11?
I'm going to say 7.
I'll say 5.
5.
Course, I'm the biggest dummy so far.
You know what, Tom? You are correct. Right
Actually,
now, you are our biggest dummy of the year.
Hang up on him.
Such an idiot. God.
Technically, we should.
I know.
Based on the rules of the game.
I know, right?
See you, Tom.
All right, Tom, your question. Who hosted last year's Academy Awards?
Really? No idea. Billy Crystal.
Nice.
Academy Awards.
I mean, it's just last year.
The Academy Awards.
Yeah, just last year. When I say the name,
is it Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, that's right. No, a former late night host.
Conan O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien, yes. Isn't that amazing? You host, it's like such a big deal. It's an honor to do it. In 1 year, no one remembers who the hell did it.
Mike and I are usually so hammered on champagne in my house.
Oh, that's right, tuxedo.
Or in the limo.
I still need my tie back, dude. Did you ever find it in your apartment?
I hate to tell you, man, I didn't find it.
Have you ever been to one of those parties before?
What part?
Every year.
An Academy Award party?
Oh, you mean like with friends and all
Like
that?
people get together and they place bets on who they believe is going to win, but they've watched the majority of the movies.
No.
I don't know how you can.
It's like you prep. It's like being in a book club, man. You got to read the book, right? But I mean, that's a lot of movies to watch.
And the difference with those movies, like, there's a chance I've seen a movie or two, depending when it came out, but most of the directors that are trying to get an Academy Award, they release them between October and Christmas.
Well,
Like,
also,
I just don't have that time.
one movie also can knock out like 3 or 4 possible, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Nominations.
The problem is that half of them also are, I feel like they don't come out to theaters until this year.
Right. Like
you know what I mean? Like, you can't watch all the doggone movies. Like, how do I know that that's the best picture?
They're already saying the Leonardo DiCaprio movie is going to take a ton of
I think so.
Take
Yeah.
a ton of awards, yeah.
All right, your question. Who founded the Church of Scientology?
L. Ron Hubbard.
You got it, Tom. Nice job.
The science fiction writer?
Yes.
You're still the biggest dummy, though.
Yeah, yes.
You know
Tom
what?
is now
No
the
matter
biggest
what.
dummy. 3 questions to get one right.
So stupid.
206-803-ROCK. The game is Big Dummy.
Big Dummy!
Hello, Josh. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bichola.
Josh, are you sober or not sober?
Honorary first member of 2026 Team Sober.
Team Sober.
Yes, the first one.
The first sober member
of this year, yeah.
Well, Tom was sober.
Oh, I thought Tom said he was not sober.
Oh, no, he's always sober.
Oh, is he always sober?
Yeah, he doesn't drink.
You said, are you still not sober?
Yeah, you said.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Correct. Sorry. That was my bad.
All right, that's why I'm with Thrill.
Yeah. All right, Josh, who are you taking for the weekend in the prison there? Kanye West, Ellen DeGeneres, Will Smith, or Madonna?
I like older chicks. I'm going with Madonna.
All right.
It is. All right.
See, you say that. I think when we pick you up on Monday, hey, man, I was jailed. You would say, I don't like older chicks anymore. All right, Josh. I mean, look, who knows? Who knows? She'd probably hook you up.
How old are you?
36.
You got a chance.
Yeah, you're right in her wheelhouse,
Yep,
I think.
you really are.
All right. Her and Cher.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Too old for Bill Belichick.
They know what's up. Martha Stewart, all these people.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if I'm going to do it, man, Demi Moore.
Yeah, plow me, man.
All right, give me a 22-year-old.
All right, here's your question. What is the thin layer of foam on top of an espresso called?
The head.
That was going to be my guess.
Coffee head.
I thought it was just foam.
Crema.
Crema.
That is crema. It is foam. But if it's on espresso, it's crema. If it's beer, it's a head, yes.
Crema.
All right.
Crema. All right, your question. Gray, blue, bowhead, and pilot are varieties of what?
Say that again.
Gray, blue, bowhead, and pilot are all varieties of what?
All I can think of is Crema Madonna.
Don't
we'll say Crema Madonna.
Crema Madonna.
Whale.
Wales.
I gave you a hint.
Yeah.
Ted spoke whale.
I did.
Like Ellen DeGeneres.
Well,
technically, that would be
not the first time I spoke whale.
Right. I've spoken whale a few times. Like, hey, it's the next morning. You need to go. All right.
Still a cheetah?
Your question. What one-named singer had a hit with the awful song 99 Left Balloons? 99 left balloons, blah, 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 blah. That song was so stupid.
Well, it charted with two different versions.
I know.
One was German and one was an English version.
And I was like, cool, play them both.
They did.
Oh, I know.
I should know this.
It's okay if you forgot.
I never knew it.
Isn't there a Garcia with this name? Am I wrong?
No.
I don't think there is.
That'd be a weird last name for her.
Okay. Well, I'm aware
German.
of that.
She's
but
German.
yeah.
It's not Tiffany's American ass. We'll just say Tiffany.
Nina.
It is Nina.
Nina.
Is there a Nina Garcia?
I swear there's a Nina Garcia. Not spelled the same,
I see what
obviously.
you're saying.
I'm sure there is a Nina Garcia somewhere. I just don't know.
Josh, you're now the new biggest dummy, by the way. Nice work.
So stupid, Josh.
Garcia just not a big surname in Germany.
No.
It's not spelled the same.
Her last name is Kerner.
Nina?
Yeah.
Nina Kerner.
Well, her actually, yeah. I mean, her actual name's Gabrielle.
Really?
Yeah. I Googled her.
Sounds dirty. All right.
I Google her.
Your question. Which human, and it's multiple choice, which human ancestor discovered fire? Neanderthals, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, or Australopithecine?
Neanderthals.
That's where I would have gone.
I'll say Australopithecine.
Homo erectus.
Oh.
Discovered fire and Viagra.
Did some good work, those Homo erectus.
Yeah, that's why they were called that. They constantly had attention. Always horny.
Great army.
It's just,
Had helmets and everything.
oh, yeah. Homo erectus. Yeah. All right, your question. What is the largest island in the Mediterranean? It's part of Italy. Think pizza, mafia. You've definitely heard of this place.
Sicily?
You got it.
Boom.
Nice job. Nice
Chile.
job.
There you go. Still the biggest dummy.
I was going to say the Rock, they called that.
Rock of Gibraltar.
Well, just Italians. They refer to Sicily as the Rock because Italy is the boot. So it's the boot that kicks the rock.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they call it
Kind of
the
makes
Rock.
sense. Yeah.
Game is Big Dummy 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Jason. Welcome to the men's room.
Bless you.
Hola, bitches!
Hola. Jason, are you sober or not sober?
I'm sober. Been sober a while.
Okay. Welcome to Big Dummy, Jason. Okay, our men's room poll. You're going to pick a cellmate for the weekend. Are you taking Kanye, Ellen DeGeneres, Will Smith, or Madonna?
I'm going with Madonna, so here's my reasoning. I'm gay, and not to stereotype my own people, but I feel like that there's kind of a consensus. She's done a lot for our community, so I could probably just be like, Yas Queen, get it, and, we'd probably have a really good conversation.
All right, Jason, she's in there. She's been a big champion, as you say, for the gay community. Now she's horny, and she's looking at you, and you're the only one in there. Now, would you take one for the team and have sex with Madonna?
I mean, if I could perform, sure, see what I've been missing out on, but I'll just tell you from my history, like, that has never been a reality for me.
You just tell them, look, do your best, man.
What
do
if
the
it was,
best you can.
I mean, if you had to cross the pond, who would it be? Would it be Cher? I mean, you think about some of the people that have been champions.
God, I mean, if I could and if I had to, yeah, it'd probably be Madonna, but I just don't really see that working out.
But at least if you told her that, you'd flatter like, Madonna, if you could get me erect, I would have sex with you.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it would probably take a lot to get excited.
You guys just got done saying Homo erectus, and I was kind of focused in on the first part of that. So, there you go.
I guess in that I am a homo sapien, but still, if anyone asks, like, well,
but that's the thing. Like, if someone said, "Hey, for $1 million, have sex with Steve," I don't think I could perform.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just don't think I could.
For $1 million?
No.
You still have to get an erection.
Yes, you still have to do the thing. I mean, like, I see his naked ass, you think I'm going to go, wow. Here I come.
Ted's already got it unlocked. He's like, yeah, I get you. I understand.
Tax free? Right. Hey, it's a scale.
Yeah.
Sexuality.
Yeah, if it's taxed, half husky.
I mean, I don't even know if I can fight through it.
No.
It's $1 million. Just don't think I could perform.
No.
Well, he's got a good point, though. But Donald did a lot for the gay community. So if there was like a famous gay dude that I don't know. You don't have to do stuff for the straight community. I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, Steve done a lot of great stuff for the straight community.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't have to have sex with me.
Exactly.
It's cool.
And we don't really have a community. We're just kind of, we got a lot of places.
We're doing all right.
Right.
All right there, Trenton. He's going to have sex with Madonna. Your question, what is the capital of New Jersey?
You just gave it away.
Trenton.
Yes, it is Trenton.
Oh, look at that. One and done.
Wow.
You just called him Trenton.
Did I?
Yes.
Yeah, you told me the wrong name, but that's all right.
For Christ's sake.
But you gave the answer.
That's unfreaking believable.
But you are one and done.
I was looking forward to being your biggest dummy.
All right, what's the capital of New Hampshire? I've asked this like 5 times. Nobody.
I haven't listened to those 5 times, apparently.
It doesn't matter. Nobody cares enough to remember. That's my point.
I think I remember.
There you go. I don't remember.
Is it Portsmouth?
It's Concord.
It's Concord.
Damn it.
All right, hey, before we let you go, since I gave you the answer, and yes, it is Concord, New Hampshire. Your question, 50-50. See, true or false? True or false? The movie A Christmas Story is based on some short stories originally published in Playboy. True or false?
Never seen it, but I'm going to go false.
True. Believe it or not.
It's shocking you were done so quick.
I mean, think about that. That's kind of fun. A Christmas Story. Oh, everybody gathered around. Yeah, it started in Playboy.
I want to know the story now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Game is Big Dummy 206-803-ROCK.
Well, it was a Red Rider.
Yeah.
BB gun.
You can tell it was not based on Penthouse 4.
I mean, you could guarantee in the December Playboy magazine that Santa was going to be involved in at least 5 of the cartoons.
Always. And there was some big-breasted woman sitting on his lap.
Smiling with a corncob pipe in his mouth.
Wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Your guess is as good as mine. Coming up at 4:30, our categories: America's most and least healthy states, just released today, and classic board games. We'll play Your Guess is as good as mine coming up after emails on our question: what was the most embarrassing mistake that you have ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Bill. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Hey guys, so I joined the Navy back in 1987, and at the time I smoked a whole lot of weed. So they gave me some time to kind of clean up my act, and no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't stop. So I pretty much smoked until the day I went to boot camp. And first thing that happens when you get there is you take a urinalysis, and the results don't come back immediately back then. And so about 3 weeks into boot camp, all of a sudden a bunch of us get called out. The guys who tested positive for harder stuff, they just kind of disappeared. But back then, if you tested positive for marijuana, they had kind of a special special program they would do. And the first thing that happened was they sent those of us who popped for pot over to this place to go get tested again, because apparently they want to make sure they get a good test from you so they can then test you very routinely for the next 6 months as part of your punishment.
Sure.
And when I got there, I didn't know what was happening. And, you know, I knew why I was there, but I didn't know what was going to happen. I'm scared to death. They put like 5 of us in the middle of this room with about 8 senior people around us, tell us to drop our pants and put our thing in a jar and give them a sample, you know. And, of course, all the other guys could produce, but I don't know if I had stage fright or what, but I couldn't pee, you know. So they started messing with me. They played this game called Pee or Puke, where I think I drank about 38 large glasses of warm water, and after about every 3 or 4, I'd have to pull my pants up and do these jumping jacks, and then resume to put my thing in this jar in front of like all these people. And so eventually they got tired. You know, I just couldn't pee no matter how hard I tried, and so they pulled this notebook out of my back pocket, and we were required to carry these notebooks around, and we were only allowed to write certain things in them. And while I was in the waiting room waiting for this test to take place, I wrote a letter to my girlfriend, and I said, you know, "Dear Kim, hey, it looks like I'm finally getting busted for weed, but don't worry, when I get out of boot camp and I come home, we can still do mushrooms and acid because they don't test for that."
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so I'm standing in the middle of this room with a thing in my jar, and they pull out my notebook, and they say, "Yeah, let's see what he's been writing in here," and they start reading this out loud. Oh, my gosh. I was so embarrassed, and I got in so much trouble. They started beating me with my notebook while I'm standing there with my pants around my ankles. It was like the worst, most excruciating thing ever. But eventually I finally peed, and I probably peed for the next 4 hours after that. I drank so much water I felt drunk. But yeah.
Also, how long did it take you to be able to pee? Because, I mean, I understand I want to do a UA, but like a lot of things, man, I can't do this on command.
Oh, gosh. It was probably 2 hours, man. You know?
Oh, something else, too, man. We used to get drug tested, and if you drank too much water, that was one way that you could buy some time because you have a diluted sample.
Right.
Correct.
So if you do drink too much water, then they're going to have to test you again anyway. They are going to anyway, obviously, based on your circumstances. But it's not necessarily the best thing to do as far as getting an accurate reading on a pee test for the sample itself.
Right, because you diluted it.
Yeah. So
the whole thing.
Either way, I mean, you're going to have to take another one. But, man, that is embarrassing. If you've never peed in a jar in front of people, it is absolutely – ours was in a cup. But still, man, it was like one time it was like NCAA had 2 dudes and a chick. And the chick was pretty attractive.
Right.
But you have to stand in front of them. You have to pull your shirt up to your nipples.
Okay.
You have to put your pants down to at least your knees.
Good look.
You have to stand in front of them, and you're standing, and there's 3 of you. So you each get one person, but that doesn't mean they're right beside each other.
Sure.
So all you got to do is turn left and turn right and see everybody's junk, see if they're, because they're all looking to make sure you're, you know.
Yeah, it's super awkward.
It's really hard to
Did you ever try to, like, when I was in high school, I didn't smoke weed back then.
Yeah.
But people were always taking, was it Golden Seal?
Golden Seal,
yes. Yep.
Yeah, they were like, you got to take that. I remember it'd be
drink
like,
vinegar. There's a million things people would tell you.
Yeah, it was like July, right? There was one guy that we knew, and he had a pool. I remember if you went to like one of his, go swim in his house, like by mid-July, you'd see groups of dudes just chugging tea and this and that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because early August, you got to start football, and you got to pee that day.
What else was tricks? You could take a bar of Ivory soap, so they said, and you scrape it, and you put some of the soap underneath your fingernail.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's the calcium. I don't know if it's the lime, whatever's in the soap. It was supposed to dilute the test.
Do you believe that?
I never tried it, but that was another one of those things where
I just don't trust
it. This is before the internet. So urban legends out the ass as far as all the different ways that you can try to, clear your body out. Drink olive oil, too, because it's like a slick system. And it was all a bunch of crap.
You'll poop your pants. Golden Seal seemed to be the closest to the truth that I heard back then.
Well, you could also drink a mixture the night before. I can't remember what that was called.
But I knew a lot of guys that they would do the Golden Seal thing. And I know they were stoners, but they would pass their drug test. So they swore by it. I was never.
Yeah. But you could buy it at a bong shop, but you couldn't call it a bong shop. That was the only place.
Tobacco water pipe.
Yeah, that was the only place you could buy the stuff, and the kit was $30, which was crazy because an eighth of weed was $20, $25. So the last thing that you wanted to do, and $30 was a lot of money if you didn't have any money.
Yeah,
was to drop $30 on this drink.
They're like, look, it's up to you, man.
Yeah. What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803.
I mean, nowadays I feel like there's a lot more products for that stuff.
There sure is.
Like, I know enough people that have jobs where they get drug tested, but they definitely still smoke weed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know?
But typically, that's the only drug they're really testing for. Because like you said, you can be high on coke in like
3 days.
They're not looking for
that. It's out in 3 days.
But the test a lot of times doesn't show it because that's not what the test is designed for. The test was designed for weed. And the only issue with that is like, weed's in your system for like a month, right? You say, I have not smoked in 3 weeks.
He said the guys that got hard drugs, they just disappeared. That means they did cocaine within 2 days.
Yeah.
They'd done it the night before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it's still there.
Hello, JP. Welcome to the men's room.
Caw.
Caw.
How y'all doing?
Doing great, man. Thank you.
So back in 1987, my family went down to Pacific City, Oregon, and my mom was cool at night. Her and my Aunt Jan would start drinking wine and let me and my buddy Kyle drive up and down the private drive in her 1982 Datsun B210 wagon.
Oh, that's a beauty. I'm kidding.
So we thought it'd be real fun to take it out on the beach during low tide. So we're cruising around, and my buddy's like, "Dude, watch out for the dry sand." But it was too late, man. The Datsun was up to the axles, buried. So we're like, oh, man, what are we going to do? Try to get some driftwood, put it under the tires, but there's no use. And the thing's just buried. And now the tide's coming in. So we're like, oh, man, this is terrible. My mom's car. What are we going to do? So we thought, oh, well, we'll walk up to the bar where all the locals hang out with the lifted trucks. So we go up there, and we're asking a couple dudes, and they're like, no, we can no. And we find this pretty cool dude, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it for $100. Only we didn't have any money. But he pulled us out anyways, and we gave him $100 the next day. But man, my mom, she never found out, but we ended up telling her years later. But that was one scary moment.
How many years did you wait to tell her?
I told her probably about 15 years ago.
That's about right.
Cool boyfriend, firefighter boyfriend, who actually they asked me to buy him weed.
Okay, all right. That's a good time.
1987, that car was still pretty old at the time because it was a Datsun.
Yeah, Datsun.
So Datsun was done in the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now, you did the right thing, man. There's like every time I see my parents now, we each share some stories like, hey, do you remember that night, blah, blah, blah. Then I'll repeat, well, funny you bring that up. Do you remember the night, blah, blah, blah. It's because now we all chuckle. There's still a few things my brother and I hold close to the vest. I'm like, they don't ever need to know that. They can be on their deathbed like, you don't need to know this because you will still be angry, right? So there's a few things I just don't tell them. But little things here and there like, yeah, this happened.
Were you guys in cahoots?
My brother and I were rarely, the things we were in cahoots about, we were children. You know what I mean? So that wasn't any big deal. But most of the stuff, they're rolling close to the vest. They're both individual to us. There may have been other people involved, but not each other. We just happen to know. And in spite of our age and our parents and all that, I'm like, they don't need to know that, man. No. And he's very cool. And this is a man, like I said, this is an NFL referee. And he's still like, yeah, I'm not telling that, man. I'm like, I know, man.
I'm with you. There's a few. They don't need to know. I don't care how old they are. And it's just unnecessary.
I think a lot of it, too, it depends on if in the moment, when you reflect on this story from the past, if they had suspicions about something, those are the stories I'm more willing to open up about. But some things they are 100% ignorant of. And I'm like, I think it should stay that way. I just do.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
There's a couple of those, let's say, between friends and having a brother. There's been a couple of incidents where I said, like, I got to ask, I got to know. And they're like, don't ever repeat it. No worries.
Oh, yeah.
Did this actually happen? Yeah.
I feel like if I'm raising my kids right, they will have the same situation. Like, Dad, there are just some things we cannot share with you. I'll be like, perfect.
Yeah.
You lived your life. Hello, Matt. Welcome to the men's room.
Afternoon, boys.
Hola.
How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Good. So mid-90s, I'm kind of I'm early to mid-20s, and I'm in my Hot Topic phase where I wear, shock T-shirts. My buddy calls me and asks, hey, do you want to go to, I think it's called Roanoke Pizza, down off of Capitol Hill, meet a bunch of friends of mine and I for dinner after we get off work. I was like, sure. So show up, and I've got a light jacket on. It's the middle of the summer, though. And take my jacket off, and my shirt says, always a pallbearer, never a corpse. Well, the young lady at the table, her dad had just passed away like a few days prior.
Of course.
Yeah. Yep. And so, so my buddy, he's like, hey, can I talk to you outside? It's like, sure. And he's like, her dad just passed away, and she's having a hard time, and you just feel so small. And he's like, can you put a jacket on? I was like, sure. And I sat inside that hot restaurant in the middle of August with a jacket on and a T-shirt and just suffered. But that's, I've done a lot of dumb, little embarrassing things, but that was probably the most where I actually affected somebody personally, and I felt so small.
Especially for something like, it's just a gag T-shirt, right?
Yep.
And then you stumble into that 1 in a million scenario where someone has just put someone in the ground, and here you are, right? Did you ever wear it again?
I'm sure I did, because I was like, well, I'm not going to see her ever again, so it's probably just fine. But he brings it up, once every other year, so, and I deserve it. So
I think that's rather serendipitous. Just like, I'm going to wear this shirt. Like, oh God.
What was the most embarrassing mistake you've ever made? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Russ. Welcome to the men's room.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Hola.
So I heard the earlier gentleman's UA story in basic. I had to chime in. So I went through basic in 96. First duty station was Germany. And so a lot of guys would go on leave to Amsterdam.
Of course.
All right.
And of course, they weren't allowed to just check one person, and they would want to check when someone comes back from Amsterdam. So the entire battalion would have to get a UA, usually about once a month. And it would be a surprise. You just show up in your PT gear at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they'd say, everybody go up to the gym. And you'd stand around until everybody had peed. No one was allowed to leave. They'd check in, make sure you didn't have anything on there. And it got to be a routine thing. And at the time, like if I had any liquid on board, it wasn't an issue for me to do, okay, I can put a little bit in the cup there for you, fine, and go on with my day. And it got to one day, though, usually what happened is a sergeant would stand behind you while you're at the urinal, and they kind of look over your shoulder to make sure you weren't dropping anything in the cup. But all the urinals were full. And the sergeant that was with me, I guess, he's a little extra enthusiastic, like, we're going to have to use the stall. Like, okay, so I go in the stall to start peeing, and no, hang on. He goes in ahead of me, and he straddles the toilet facing me. And then he almost like half crouches down, like he's just about to throw dice in the game, or like he's just staring intently. Okay, let's do this. And that was the first time I was a sergeant. I'm not going to be able to do this. It's not going to come out like that. We're going to have to wait for a urinal. And that was like the beginning of then I got the complex, and I got to get to the point where as soon as we went up there, I would start drinking water because I had to be just brimming full at that point. Because now if the dude's looking at me, I kind of started frozen up there, and I had to spend a couple years getting back to where, okay, I can just go for a pee.
Well, it's one thing to have someone watching you. It's another thing where they're squatting down to get that bird's eye view. Like, dude. So when
most of the sergeants, they were pretty chill about, we don't enjoy this either. Let's just get this over with. But he just like eyes wide, straddling, looking right at me like,
that's insane.
Calm down, man.
That's weird, bro.
Yeah, that's almost too much.
Nice penis.
Like, hey, Sarge, you're a little strange. So when you guys went to Amsterdam, knowing that you would have to go through this, did you avoid doing anything when you were there, or did you just find a way to mask it?
So I did not partake myself while I was over there of that. There was guys that, because you knew in that unit that you knew if you were coming back within a week there was going to be a check.
Sure.
So most of the guys did not want to risk it. One or two guys ended up getting burned. And they did the UCMJ on them. They didn't usually get kicked out for that, but you got in trouble for it. Most of the guys, when they went to Amsterdam, or they would go to Frankfurt, which was the big. Anybody who'd been to Germany in the military, like Frankfurt and Nuremberg, have the two red light districts. Mm-hmm. And they would go there, and there was guys that would blow their paycheck every week or every month on the women of negotiable virtue at either Nuremberg or Frankfurt. That's what they were going there for. Most guys would avoid doing anything other than just alcohol.
Okay.
And over there, when you went over to Germany, even if you were 18 in the Army, they didn't care if you drank. You were legal to drink. You could drink in the barracks. You could drink on base. Some guys got in trouble because they came back to the States, and now they're 19 or 20, and they're in Fort Hood, and they're in Texas somewhere, and now they suddenly can't drink, and they've been drinking for 2 years. They're used to getting having a beer after work.
Yeah, that would be
That's
a
how that
tough
would go,
change.
yeah.
That's still crazy to me. Like, there's got to be some rule you can put in that if you sign up for military service at 18 or 19, like, I just feel like if you could die for the country, you could have a beer.
I was going to say, if you're willing to risk your life for this country, you should absolutely be allowed to have a freaking beer.
Back to the previous caller too. If you go to Amsterdam, you can drink mushroom tea.
Yeah,
you can drink as much of it as you want. It's not going to come up on a UA. It goes into your back. That's why they have the term spinal tap. And That's one of the reasons. If you want to get that stuff out of there and find that information, that's where it is. So acid or any of that stuff.
That's the thing. They're always looking for weed, which is like, come on, man. What did you say? Your buddy had been in Amsterdam, went to the red light district, but got a prostitute.
Yeah.
And then, I guess years later, months later, whatever.
He was covering the Olympics in Greece.
Okay.
So he'd been there for like a month and a half. And apparently, he was not having much luck with the ladies.
Okay.
All right. So he and his other buddy, who worked for NBC, decided that they were going to go to Amsterdam and spend 3 or 4 days. The difference in Amsterdam, apparently, I did not know this, is that you could ask a woman how much or whatever, but that does not necessarily mean she has to or will or wants to sleep with you.
Right. She has to interview you, right?
She has to interview you. And it takes a little bit of time for them to go, okay, you know what? I feel comfortable with you.
Sure.
We'll do the deed. So he finally hooks up with this girl, ends up being with her for like 2 nights or how many ever times he goes back. Either way, years go past, and he is sitting on the couch with his girlfriend. And it's like Dateline, 60 Minutes, something. I don't know what the hell it is, man. But they're featuring the red light district in Amsterdam. And the first girl they interview is the girl that he was with for 2 days. He is on the couch with his girlfriend.
Right.
He steps outside on his balcony. He's like, Miles calls me. You are not going to believe this. Turn on NBC or whatever the hell it is. They're doing a special on the red light. Remember that girl I told you I hooked up with, the prostitute? I was like, yeah. They're primarily just interviewing her. So I turned it on real quick. And then I texted him back like, her? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. I mean,
Your money.
But he was like, yeah.
But of course, you couldn't tell his girlfriend.
I was like, they're not better looking than that? That's what I was thinking in the back of my head. I assumed they'd be hot. Oh,
damn.
Your guess is as good as mine. Coming up, categories America's most and least healthy states and classic board games. And we got your emails coming up next to the men's room at KISW.com.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
A new study suggests that people hold on to guilt for varying lengths. It could be a fleeting short-term feeling for minor mistakes, or it can become chronic, lasting months, years, or even a lifetime.
That only applies to people who feel guilty about stuff, man.
Well, we can't all be you, Felix, but assuming that the average person has a conscience, people can struggle with guilt. Especially with severe trauma, deep-seated beliefs, unresolved issues, turning into a persistent stressor that affects mental health.
Yeah, I don't feel much guilt.
I know you don't, Felix. I brought my lunch into work and you ate it for 3 weeks straight. Never even apologized.
I could not believe you kept bringing in your lunch, knowing I was going to eat it. You crazy, Stone.
I'm not crazy, Felix. I was simply hoping that you would have the decency to stop eating my lunch.
Yeah, man, that's the crazy part. But I admitted it. I confessed.
You did. You didn't stop eating my lunch. You didn't apologize, but hey, you confessed.
Well, that's got to count for something, Playboy.
I suppose it does.
Anything you want to confess? Something you did a long time ago that you need to get off your chest?
Me? Well, I've always tried to live by example. I don't have any real skeletons in the closet.
Right. Everybody got something they need to get off their chest.
Okay. I once farted in church. I'm embarrassed. I feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, everyone who's been to church has farted in church. If you feel that bad about it, go to actual confession.
That was where it happened.
Don't worry about it, man. I once had diarrhea in the baptism fountain.
Felix, that is disgusting!
You are not wrong, Stone.
I once pushed a man out of a 7-story window.
Damn, Bonnie! Why did you push a man out of a 7-story window?
Because that's what story we were on when I pushed him.
A little off topic, Bonnie, but point taken. I once used Miracle Whip in place of mayonnaise on my wife's cheese and mayonnaise sandwich. I never told her, and I do feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, I once threw up in a crock pot full of chili. I didn't even tell anybody, and I did not cancel my Super Bowl party.
I was at that party! I ate some of that chili!
Well, now you know. Knowledge is power, Stone.
Felix!
I once beat a prairie dog with a shovel.
Okay, I did not expect to hear that.
Not at all. Well, when I was 6 years old, I stole a Tootsie Roll from my sister's Halloween bag. Never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, when I was 6, I sold crack to a woodchuck.
A woodchuck?
Yes, Stone, a woodchuck. A groundhog, a whistle pig.
I know! Who sells crack to a woodchuck?
6-year-old me. But relax, Playboy, it wasn't real crack. It was just baby powder and glue.
I once set a homeless shelter on fire, but I was 7.
Okay, Bonnie. Okay, just wow. I once saw a celebrity at an airport. I won't say who, but I took a picture of them without their permission. They did not notice, but it was an invasion of their privacy, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, I was at an airport and saw Benedict Cumberbatch using the restroom. I told him that his name made me laugh because it sounds stupid.
Why would you say that?
Because his name makes me laugh, and it sounds stupid.
And what did Mr. Cumberbatch say?
Nothing, man.
He didn't say a word to you after you insulted his name?
No. He punched me in the throat, pepper sprayed me, then called security, but he didn't say anything to me directly.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I didn't take his picture.
I once stole a corpse so I could use the HOV lanes.
Damn, Bonnie!
I got to work on time, though, because I got to use the HOV lanes.
What did you do with the body, Bonnie?
It's still in my car. That was this morning.
You stole a corpse this morning?
No, I stole it last night after work. Because I knew I had errands to run this morning. And with the corpse, I knew I wouldn't be late. And it worked!
I am very uncomfortable right now.
Bonnie, for the love of Pete, your confessions are very graphic.
Well, yeah, they're confessions.
No, I know that. They just seem... What's the word?
Crazy AF.
Yes, Felix, you summed it up very nicely.
Well, what's another confession you have?
I once made a purchase with a $10 bill. The cashier gave me change for a 20. I noticed, but I kept the change. I never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, one time I stole $400 worth of groceries with a stolen credit card.
Wait, was it my credit card?
It was, and thank you, Playboy.
I once beat a squirrel with an iron skillet.
There's There's a lot to digest here, folks. I think we should just go to break.
SW. We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Your guess is as good as mine. Cut up our categories today: America's most and least healthy states in classic board games. But first, time for a few emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
And we'll jump right into the birthdays, brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Olagen's been listening for over 15 years. Very happy to say now viewing on YouTube at KISW Rock. I've sent many birthday wishes over the years, but since no one did it for me, I'm going to do it for myself. So if I could just get a liquor and whores from the whole gang, that would make my day. Take care and be safe. Miles, Thrill, Ted, and Mike. That from Chris. Ready to go? Liquor and whores! And let's see.
That's how we do it when we record stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
1, 2, 3. Liquor and whores. I didn't do very good then. Happy birthday to my beautiful ass, badass, hard-working ass, smart-ass wife, Jessie Stone. You make me harder than Bob Seger singing Like a Rock in a 1990 Chevrolet commercial. I hope the Dirty Germans can give her a well-deserved birthday shout-out, and why not throw in a delicious fish sandwich to go along with it. Love you, babe. That from Cody.
Do I get a fish sandwich?
Yeah, if it's the fish sandwich hiding in the pants, I get the feeling it's never too early.
So, yeah, let me just add a little more creamy tartar sauce. Fish pants, or fish sandwich in your pants.
Yeah, let me see the fish sandwich in your pants, yeah.
Guys, can you give Lisa a very happy birthday? She turns a beautiful 55 today. She's the best wife and mother ever, and we love her tons. She'd love an uh-oh lookout, a Bruce Willis roof, and a captain telling her how to celebrate her special day. Thanks, guys. That from Double A, Ron, Zach, Danica, and the pups.
Uh-oh, lookout.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy birthday. You know, it's a tradition for us mascots that when one of us turns 55, we hop aboard the old SS Guppy and head for the tropical beaches of Algonia. You love Algonia. Last time we were there, me, the Tricks Rabbit, Tony the Tiger, Mr. Peanut, we got drunk on a combination of Windex, baking soda, and nail polish remover that we filtered through the carcass of a rabid muskrat. And after that, we helped Gorilla Glue through a hobo sock. Now, it's hard to explain exactly what happened, but we woke up the next morning in an abandoned oil refinery next to a 3-breasted prostitute named Bianca. Now, she was real nice and made us all breakfast made of discarded Pop-Tarts and bacon fat that she grilled over a butane lighter. It was a great time, and hopefully you can join us. Crunch Berries.
Good day, all. Let's give a big shout out to Greg Benson. He's in his 50s. He's a good old friend, man and brother, even though he is a Rams fan. But he's a Hawks fan, too. So can we get that loud, high-pitched scream? And oh, dear Jesus, and Coach Ted talking about keeping the Rams out of the playoffs. Love you, brother. That from the Elk Plain Drifter and Amy Jean.
Oh, dear Jesus.
Well, keeping them out of the playoffs isn't going to be an option. It's already in there. And I'm not going to lie to you. Coach doesn't feel very confident that the Bears are going to knock them out. I think it's great for the division that all three teams are still alive. But, yeah, the Rams scare me.
Guys, today's my husband Doug's 61st birthday.
I know, but it's just... last game.
I'm not a Hawks fan, so I'm more objective. I know what it is to be the fan. It's just hard to be objective, right? But based on what I saw, I think the Hawks would manhandle the Rams. I feel like San Francisco would be a bigger challenge. Who's what? This Saturday?
Correct.
And then if the Rams are still around and you play the Rams, I think they take the Rams out. But then again, who the F knows?
Who knows?
Guys, today's my husband Doug's 61st birthday. Longtime listener to your station. Can you play the Dirty Germans talking football? And a big old bong rip for him. Thank you, guys. That from his wife, Heather.
Yeah, I do not know what this obsession is in America about this football, as you call it, but I'm trying to watch it and enjoy it, and all I can think is I'd want to play as the quarterback, just want to warm my hands under the rather large posterior of the big man who hands him the ball, and also I would let them tackle me.
Yeah, it's fun to get to the center, you huddle up, and there's a whole group of you. It reminds me of just normal sex here in Germany.
Yeah, I do like what people say, though, you know, he is the tight end, and he broke through the hole. Things that we do in Deutschland as well.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ja, the Dirty Germans, brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's World Famous Sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Thank you, Rob. Let's get a contestant on the line now for Your Guess Is As Good As Mine, 206-803-ROCK. Your Guess Is As Good As Mine coming up here in seconds as we get a contestant on the phone. A couple extra emails. Worst pain. Gentlemen, been listening for 15 years. Love you guys and appreciate you being on YouTube now. Now, the most pain I was in was when I was 19 years old. I went camping and got a spider bite on my taintal region. Hurt like hell. Figured I'd be okay. Next morning, I woke up to my coin purse being swollen to the size the doctor described it as a large grapefruit. They had to rush me to emergency surgery because it could spread to an artery.
Yes!
Well, they ended up doing a 4-inch by 6-inch incision in the gooch.
Yes!
Had to go to the hospital every day for 6 months to get the wound cleaned and packed. Was hell, but hey, lots of hot nurses saw my junk. Thanks, guys. That's Chris. That is.
No, thank you.
I didn't talk about this last week, but I think the single just most intense pain ever was them numbing up my cracked head.
Oh, yeah.
Like feeling the needle hit like...
Because before it's numb, we got to stick a needle in a wound.
But you could feel it hurt that bad.
Excruciating.
It's a needle and a wound.
Did it work right away? In other words,
yes.
Okay. So like
so
the pain
by the
didn't last
second or
for very
third
long.
one, I couldn't feel it.
Okay.
But that, and then when they had to bring in the giant dude to push me down, because I couldn't get in the MRI machine because the pain was so bad trying to lay all the way on my back. So that guy pushed me down, and I just screamed, probably as loud as I've ever screamed in his face. He's like, sorry, man.
Got to do it.
I got to do it, too.
Got to do it.
And you said it's a big guy?
Yeah.
You know he is called by everyone. Hey, man, we need you. That guy probably hears more people screaming at the hospital than anyone else.
And again, he couldn't have been nicer.
Sure.
But I had tried like 3 times, like the regular nurse, the regular doctor. They were like, we got to call him in.
Call him the big gun.
And he's just like, sorry, dude, I got to do this. And I'm like,
that's
all
his
right.
way. I'm about to manhandle you while you scream.
But that's how intense the pain was, right? Like, I was basically like doing the biggest, toughest sit-up of my life with a grown man pushing to get me. And that's how bad the pain was that I was like fighting him.
And the fart emails keep rolling in. Guys, just had to chime in again this time in reference to your caller describing his dog scrambling out from under the blankets and staring him down while standing on its collarbone after a horrible fart. Well, my lifelong friend's mom sets off the loudest bombs I've ever heard to this day. When I was much younger, I could hear them in the bedroom adjacent to hers as we slept. She used to watch my old Schnauzer when we were out of town, and every time I came to pick him up, she would laugh hysterically, telling me how her farts would send my dog scrambling for cover in the corner, legitimately shaking like it was the 4th of July. That woman traumatized that dog too many times to count. I kind of feel bad writing this now. Lovely lady, though. That from Jonathan.
Lovely.
All right, I think it's time for a little Your Guess. Oh, God. Jesus.
Oh, wow.
I hit the wrong one. I hit the
Hey,
American one.
very patriotic
Yes,
today.
it was. Well, Spanish flea right beside Stars and Stripes.
I see.
In the button.
I like him. Winter's over. He's ready for July 4th.
That's right.
Yeah, no kidding.
Your guess is as good as my categories. Today we have America's most and least healthy states and classic board games. Steve, who is our contestant, ready to play the big game?
I've never met him myself, but his name is Josh. Hello, Josh. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, how you doing?
Hola.
Josh, how are you, sir?
I'm great. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Met you guys a couple times, but hey, yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay, I have met him, Miles, and his name is still Josh.
I was even thinking, don't say that too loud. You might have actually met this guy.
I've done that probably 5 times. Never met the guy. Thrill, I met you last week. Like, my bad.
And we're sorry that happened to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Man, I think your brother and his boys. Man, I mean the pack didn't show up to play, but your brother was killing us Packer fans last weekend.
Look, man, this is how it. Last weekend. Wait, last weekend? Oh, you mean just this past playoff game?
Yeah.
Apparently, the best I could tell about that game was, in the first half, the Bears agreed, we will not play, we will not be competent. And Green Bay said, cool, we're going to be competent.
Man.
Then in the second half, Green Bay said, all right, we're going to do what you guys did and just not be competent, can't figure it out, and you guys play. That was unbelievable, man.
When the Pack's winning, I'm like, all right, but when they're losing, I'm a sore loser. And last week you guys mentioned that wrestler on the air, someone was saying, oh, they're just everyone finishes, and I'm like, and this runs professional sports. None of this stuff is real. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like birds, man. Not real.
Josh, our categories, we have America's most or least healthy states. So you can take the healthiest states in America or the least healthy. And then the other category is the top 10 classic board games of all times. So where do you want to go? Do you want to go healthy, not healthy, or board games?
Let's go not healthy.
Not healthy. This just out today from the United Health Foundation. They're out with a wide-ranging assessment of the nation's health, and one that includes a ranking of the states in order. So they looked at dozens of factors in 5 broad categories: social, economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, behaviors, health outcomes. The group ranked the best and worst. So you're going with the worst. You know how the game is played. Try to get as many right in said category before 3 strikes, and you're out. So what is your first guess there, Josh, on the most least healthy states in America?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
No.
Believe it or not on the list.
Think SEC football, Southeastern Conference.
Man, if I'm you, I'm thinking Mississippi, Louisiana,
Alabama,
Arkansas.
No, let's do Alabama.
Alabama is the 47th least healthy state in the United States. There you go.
Florida.
Florida, not on the list. You got to remember, man, they're in the Sunshine State. There's plenty of outdoor activities.
Yeah, people are outdoors all the time.
You go to Miami, man, there's no one there who's fat.
No.
Not one overweight person.
Miles will attest, it's his home state, but they're almost always first or second on all these lists.
Yeah.
West Virginia.
Louisiana.
How about Louisiana? That is, in fact, the 50 least healthiest state. They're number 1 in the reverse order.
Sure.
So they're number 50. So you've got Louisiana, Alabama, stay geographically in that same area, with the exception, obviously, of Florida.
Louisiana? Did I say that?
You just did.
You just did. What's next to it? Mississippi.
Mississippi, yeah.
Number 48. Believe it or not.
I
So you've got
believe it.
Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Those are all correct. These are states that are not healthy at all.
Arkansas. What did you say?
I said South Carolina.
South Carolina, not on the list. Now, you got a lot of outdoor activities there as well. Golf, beaches.
I'm going to guess Arkansas.
Arkansas is number 49.
I mean, just sticking with it, I would say Kentucky.
I was going to go
Kentucky's 43. Very good. You want to go with West Virginia? You mentioned it earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
46. Not 50th for
There you go, man.
I mean,
Look
there
it
are
up.
4 states ahead of us. Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. That's getting it done, West Virginia.
That's actually good for West Virginia.
You're either getting healthier or the other states are getting worse.
It's hard to know, but either way, they're worse.
I feel like not in that region, but I feel like North Dakota always ends up on there.
North Dakota not on the list.
Oh, all right. My bad, North Dakota.
Look at Texas.
Texas not on the list.
Huh. So we got
Should we stick
Arkansas, we
more
got
with
Alabama, we got Mississippi, we got Louisiana, we got West Virginia, Kentucky. The heavy hitters.
There's 2 more western states on here, not on the coast, but they
Right.
have western states.
Nevada.
Nevada's number 42.
New Mexico.
New Mexico's 41. What is it about New Mexico?
I don't know. Like I said, my parents
live
live
there. What do you
there.
see that makes it seem so?
You know what? So they live
Danny
in a
V's
place
a healthy
called
guy.
Placitas, and it's almost dead between Santa Fe and Albuquerque. And they have this train, be like our light rail, they call it the Road Runner, moves a little faster. And I will say, everything I saw between Albuquerque and where they live looks bad. And then everything we saw between Santa Fe and where they live looks bad.
Huh.
So Santa Fe is cool, Placitas is cool, Albuquerque's cool. They're all about 40 miles away. Everything in between, man, if
Pretty
they're
sketchy.
even eating, I would be shocked.
Ted, you've been to one of these places. You described it as one of the hottest places you've ever been to. You've also seen rain there.
Seen it rain. Oh, Tennessee.
Tennessee is
Correct.
number 44. There's 1 state left. This is a Midwestern state, so to speak.
Wisconsin?
I'm thinking Missouri.
Or south of that.
Missouri?
You're close. Well, general area.
Kansas?
Not Kansas.
Not Ohio.
45 is Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
So the top 10, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Nevada, and New Mexico. Those are the least healthy states. You guys want to take a stab at the most healthy states?
Sure. Colorado.
Colorado not on the list.
Damn.
Yep.
I'm going to guess Vermont.
Vermont is number 3.
Washington.
Washington is number 7. Good for us.
Massachusetts.
Number 2.
A lot of money.
You're
Hawaii.
in that area. Hawaii. Number 9. Keep on the northeast tip.
Oregon. Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I said it too fast.
Well, you said it with the confidence. I said Colorado.
Maine.
New Hampshire. Sorry.
New Hampshire is the healthiest state in the United States. Maine is not on the list. There's one other
I'm gonna
northeast
shut up.
state. You guys have covered them all.
Connecticut?
Connecticut, number 4.
All right. I was like,
Now-
it can't be New Jersey. I've met people from New Jersey.
Okay, we've lived in one of these states.
Maryland.
Maryland, number 8. Still one more in the northeast.
New York?
Not New York.
Damn it.
Think New England.
We did Connecticut.
Did we do Vermont yet?
You've done
What else
you've
is up
done
there?
New Hampshire. No, think New England. You've done New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut. There's one more northeastern state.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island, number 10.
Right. Forget about Rhode Island. Teeny tiny.
Rhode Island is tiny.
This is a Midwestern state. They always do well somehow, even though the weather sucks. As far as being healthy, I don't know. I don't
Minnesota.
know. Yeah, Minnesota. Exactly right, Mike. That's number
This is a good
6.
call.
And there's one Western state. I'm not sure that this is in the Pacific time zone or not. I think this is maybe in the
Arizona.
Central time zone, a little bit more north.
Utah.
Utah, number
All right.
5.
That makes more sense to me.
Utah makes sense to me. Sure.
So as far as the healthiest states in the United States, Rhode Island 10, Hawaii is 9, 8 Maryland, 7 Washington, Minnesota 6, Utah 5, 4 Connecticut, Vermont 3rd, Massachusetts 2nd, and New Hampshire is the number 1 healthiest state in the United States of America.
Huh. It's kind of interesting.
What do you think it is in the Northeast?
Money. Honestly. I mean,
Also, access to healthcare facilities.
which is money. Right? Places
All right.
that have money tend to do better. People take better care. Like I said, I've been to the Hamptons once. There's not a fat person there. And I remember my buddy at the time, 'cause we were dead broke, and he goes, look, man, this is what 3 square meals a day does. Like, they have money, they make sure they're healthy, and like you said, they have access to all the crap that you could possibly need.
You don't see a lot of fat people on the Cape either.
This is my point. And what's out there? Money.
Yeah.
Right? Are the fat
That's a
people
strong point.
The Golden Globes were on last night. Everyone that went up on stage, we're used to seeing them in a certain way, but when I see them on stage standing next to normal people, the I don't know, the guy who says nothing but helps escort him up on stage. That's a normal-looking human being. And I'm looking at how rail thin all of these people are. Like, Jesus Christ, man. That money.
Coming up at 5:08, we'll drink and toast with a shot of the day. You are listening to The Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
A new study suggests that people hold on to guilt for varying lengths. It could be a fleeting short-term feeling for minor mistakes, or it can become chronic, lasting months, years, or even a lifetime.
That only applies to people who feel guilty about stuff, man.
Well, we can't all be you, Felix, but assuming that the average person has a conscience, people can struggle with guilt. Especially with severe trauma, deep-seated beliefs, unresolved issues, turning into a persistent stressor that affects mental health.
Yeah, I don't feel much guilt.
I know you don't, Felix. I brought my lunch into work and you ate it for 3 weeks straight. Never even apologized.
I could not believe you kept bringing in your lunch, knowing I was going to eat it. You crazy, Stone.
I'm not crazy, Felix. I was simply hoping that you would have the decency to stop eating my lunch.
Yeah, man, that's the crazy part. But I admitted it. I confessed.
You did. You didn't stop eating my lunch. You didn't apologize, but hey, you confessed.
Well, that's got to count for something, Playboy.
I suppose it does.
Anything you want to confess? Something you did a long time ago that you need to get off your chest?
Me? Well, I've always tried to live by example. I don't have any real skeletons in the closet.
Right. Everybody got something they need to get off their chest.
Okay. I once farted in church. I'm embarrassed. I feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, everyone who's been to church has farted in church. If you feel that bad about it, go to actual confession.
That was where it happened.
Don't worry about it, man. I once had diarrhea in the baptism fountain.
Felix, that is disgusting!
You are not wrong, Stone.
I once pushed a man out of a 7-story window.
Damn, Bonnie! Why did you push a man out of a 7-story window?
Because that's what story we were on when I pushed him.
A little off topic, Bonnie, but point taken. I once used Miracle Whip in place of mayonnaise on my wife's cheese and mayonnaise sandwich. I never told her, and I do feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, I once threw up in a crock pot full of chili. I didn't even tell anybody, and I did not cancel my Super Bowl party.
I was at that party! I ate some of that chili!
Well, now you know. Knowledge is power, Stone.
Felix!
I once beat a prairie dog with a shovel.
Okay, I did not expect to hear that.
Not at all. Well, when I was 6 years old, I stole a Tootsie Roll from my sister's Halloween bag. Never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, when I was 6, I sold crack to a woodchuck.
A woodchuck?
Yes, Stone, a woodchuck. A groundhog, a whistle pig.
I know! Who sells crack to a woodchuck?
6-year-old me. But relax, Playboy, it wasn't real crack. It was just baby powder and glue.
I once set a homeless shelter on fire, but I was 7.
Okay, Bonnie. Okay, just wow. I once saw a celebrity at an airport. I won't say who, but I took a picture of them without their permission. They did not notice, but it was an invasion of their privacy, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, I was at an airport and saw Benedict Cumberbatch using the restroom. I told him that his name made me laugh because it sounds stupid.
Why would you say that?
Because his name makes me laugh, and it sounds stupid.
And what did Mr. Cumberbatch say?
Nothing, man.
He didn't say a word to you after you insulted his name.
No. He punched me in the throat, pepper sprayed me, then called security, but he didn't say anything to me directly.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I didn't take his picture.
I once stole a corpse so I could use the HOV lanes.
Damn, Bonnie!
I got to work on time, though, because I got to use the HOV lanes.
What did you do with the body, Bonnie?
It's still in my car. That was this morning.
You stole a corpse this morning?
No, I stole it last night after work. Because I knew I had errands to run this morning. And with the corpse, I knew I wouldn't be late. And it worked!
I am very uncomfortable right now.
Bonnie, for the love of Pete, your confessions are very graphic.
Well, yeah, they're confessions.
No, I know that. They just seem... What's the word?
Crazy AF.
Yes, Felix, you summed it up very nicely.
Well, what's another confession you have?
I once made a purchase with a $10 bill. The cashier gave me change for a 20. I noticed, but I kept the change. I never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, one time I stole $400 worth of groceries with a stolen credit card.
Wait, was it my credit card?
It was, and thank you, Playboy.
I once beat a squirrel with an iron skillet.
There's a lot to digest here, folks. I think we should just go to break.
Live Night, the livest radio you will ever see. Everything is performed live. Live hosts, live sound effects, live voice actors, live screw-ups, live laughs, and of course, live music. The Daily Mix Show, totally live. The Men's Room, totally live. Live Night returns February 13th. Live Night 2026. Yachty and Naughty. No flares, no lifeboat. All live. What could possibly go wrong? The Men's Room returns with Miles and Thrill.
All right, count us to 508. We'll drink and toast with the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check-in with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. There's an app booming in popularity in China called Are You Dead?
Man, I saw this.
Have you guys seen this?
Yep.
Ted, have you seen this?
No.
It is literally an app that you have on your phone that each and every day, it sends you a notification that says, Are you dead? And as long as you continue to hit the button, it says, Nope, still alive. Everything's gravy. But if it goes like, I think, 2 days without you pushing the button, it'll send an alert to a close contact of yours.
Yeah. Whatever contact you put in.
Right. To then go conduct a welfare check.
Uh-huh. But you got to keep hitting. You got to keep responding.
What if you just forget one day?
Then someone's going to get a call.
I mean, then you forget the next day. You're doing something. It's a busy weekend. Crap went down. Something happened.
And it's like, I know I'm going to die at some point in my life. I don't need to be reminded of it every day.
Is it you just respond, or can you respond like yes or no?
It's a button.
I was just say,
click.
Yes,
I'm alive.
I'm dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
That's a weird app.
It is, and I get it that there's a loneliness epidemic in China or something like that.
Yeah,
and so
something like that.
They're checking in on everybody, but it's like I don't need the constant reminder that one day I could seize up, and then you guys have no idea that I'm
every
dead.
day. Are you dead?
Right. You know. I suppose it's good for me to keep in touch with my family. Like, let me see. Oh, yeah, the old man's still around. All right.
It depends who they are, right?
Sure.
That's fair. But come on.
Like a
35-year-old perfectly healthy. Like, are you dead? No.
Right, I'm fine.
Do you want me dead?
Right.
Is that what this is?
Haven't said anybody, man.
I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. Like, I don't know. If somebody texts you and you don't respond for 48 hours, I feel like somebody would be like, what's going on?
Yeah.
In general, you can even just like a text or something.
Yeah, especially now, yeah.
I called my dad 3 times and gave a day in between. Now, if I call him and doesn't answer his phone, one of 2 things going on. He's either taking a nap, he'll call me when he wakes up, or he'll call me back within 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So, I'm like, all right. So I tried him again. He didn't pick up his phone. So I'm like, you know what? The hell with it. I called his girlfriend. I'm like, what are you doing, Michelle? She's like, I'm sitting on the couch watching shows. I'm like, well, football's on, so I know damn well he's not there.
Right.
I said, what's going on? He's like, oh, he's in the hospital. I was like, I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew it.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he had like severe pneumonia.
Oh, jeez.
He was in there with his roommate, Carl. Carl asked for 3 things. He wanted a pint of beer. This is what he asked the nurse. A cup of clam chowder and a shot of morphine. He asked the same thing every time she came in. Hey, can I get a pint of beer? Cup of clam chowder, a shot of morphine. And when my dad said, no, I'm allergic to morphine, I can't take it, Carl goes, I'll take his. Oh, Jesus.
I'll take it.
I was like, you're in this room with this guy for 4 days?
Oh, my gosh.
Jesus Christ. Florida.
There's a full-page article in The Guardian from a woman going off about how and why her 8-month-old son's clothes have more pockets than hers.
Because they don't make women's clothes with freaking pockets.
Right.
How often do you hold the keys, hold this, hold that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
And yet she has the bigger bag.
Why, ladies?
I don't know.
Why? Just put it in your bag.
Yeah.
You brought the bag. I know I have pockets.
It really works
They're
for the movies,
me.
though. It works for the movies, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's also got those big old jackets, and so she'll just hang that big old bag inside, and it doesn't even look like it. We can stow some stuff in there.
Where'd you take it to the movie?
We had,
I know you went to the movies this weekend.
like 4 or 5 bags of candies, a bottle of water, 2 bottles of water.
How much money do you think you saved just on concessions?
I had to save $20.
Easy. Easy.
And
Yeah.
we ate like kings. We were like unsupervised children on
Did you
Halloween.
sneak any popcorn in?
No.
Because I have that big, delicious bag sitting on the desk, right?
Sure. Yep.
It is, like, to me, that's the power. Because the popcorn's where they get me. Then I know I'm going to need something to drink to deal with the popcorn, and then I end up blowing all my money.
Yeah.
It's got that big bag, man.
I still get the movie theater popcorn.
Okay. That's actually called movie theater popcorn.
It
I
is.
bought it, yeah.
It is, true enough.
Yeah. My biggest issue is just how long the line was.
Oh, concessions?
Yeah, last time I went, I started getting nervous. Then I got in there and I forgot. They just blatantly run commercials now.
Yep.
It takes like half an hour for the movie to start. I was like, Jesus, man.
That's actually not an exaggeration. Last time I went to the movies, I timed how long, the previews and all the other garbage I show you. It was 30 minutes. Like, damn, man.
Researchers found evidence that Stone Age hunters in South Africa used plant poison on their weaponry 60,000 years ago.
Wow.
That makes sense.
I was going to say, is it genius or is that, Dave over there took a bite of that plant, dropped dead, and they said, that is poison.
Yeah,
None
poison.
of the animals eat it. This is poison.
I know South America, poison darts always was a thing.
Yeah.
As far as taking animals out of trees.
Well, and that's where they
Down
found
they
it, 60,000 years ago. And that's really what it is just knowing that 60,000 years ago, we had the wherewithal to say, wait a minute, let's put 2 and 2 together.
My question would
I
be,
don't think, but look, certain animals don't eat certain foods, and it's because even the animals, right? It's like, that is poison.
it's why there's mushrooms everywhere. But the idea of shooting poison into something that I'm going to eat, that's where it gets sketchy.
That is
for
a little,
me.
yeah.
It's like, okay, am I gonna eat this too then? Since it's
The other thing too is it's kind of like, I think for a lot of hunters, it's a faux pas because you're kind of cheating the system.
What do you mean?
Like some places in like South America and stuff to catch certain fish, they'll just put stuff in the water.
Oh,
and
let the fish
just
die.
kind of die,
Yeah.
and then you pick them up and eat them.
But I feel like the difference is people that are doing that based on the people we're talking about, they're doing it to eat.
Correct.
Like, we hunt for sport, and I get it. The sport is hunting. The
Right.
sport is fishing. If they're like, brother, I need to feed my family. There is no grocery store. Like, yeah, add the poison to the water, man.
Put your thinking caps on, gents. Time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. It is an adjective that brought to you by the letter B, and I give you guys a 75% success chance on this one, okay? It means somewhat salty, and it usually describes water or bodies of water.
Briny.
Brackish.
Oh, damn it.
Nailed it.
not
Well
briny,
done.
not briny.
Not
One of my
briny.
favorite words.
Brackish.
Yeah, where the fresh water meets the salt water.
Brackish.
Brackish.
Wasn't that a TV show?
Brackish? Yes, if you don't speak right. Starring Anthony Anderson. Welcome back to
I want to say
Brackish.
even like
Brackish.
Salmon Bay's a little brackish.
Yeah, like Lake Union. Lake Union's fresh water, but in theory it should be somewhat brackish because of the locks.
Yep.
You've ruined that word for me.
Brackish.
Well, yeah, because you brought up the show Blackish, and it's like, yeah, depending where can I find brackish on my...
New research has discovered that AI can fall into similar optical illusion tricks, just like our minds can.
Congratulate, we've created something that's as gullible as we are.
Correct.
Yay.
We took this fallible thing and made it even more fallible. China has recently built its own time system for the moon.
You have
Cool.
to.
You have to?
If you want to coordinate back up, I'm not going to go through the whole scientific thing, but time slows down the bigger the gravity well.
Gotcha.
So the moon is smaller than Earth. So even if you took a watch up there, the second hands actually tick faster. You would not notice it because you just experience time as time. But so in other words, we said, hey man, it's a 6:30 wake up call. Okay, we're going to set our watches at the same time. Well, the people on the moon, their 6:30 is going to show up. I'm going to guess maybe just 3 seconds before it does here. But when you're trying to do certain communications or certain rocket thrusts and all this kind of thing, like it's super important to make sure you have that synced up. So yeah, they need to set up a time system so that you know how to communicate with Earth for anything important that you're going to do.
Gotcha. Walmart has plans to extend drone delivery services to 150 stores this year.
Cool. I wonder if they're going to be like the Waymo cars. Don't crash into the roof of my house. Like, dude, you took off my shingles.
The difference is you need to be there, I would guess. Right? You said to stores or to business?
Well, no, it's
a home.
To your home. So if you
Yeah.
order from Walmart, basically, I think you can
Takes
still
off
drop it
from
on
the
your
store.
porch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It takes off from the store and goes to your home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right up until, Buford blows it out of the sky with a shotgun because
Say,
drones are killing us all.
Do you know what country you're in?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Thrill's right there. Does it know there's nobody underneath?
No.
No, we'll find out. Stay tuned.
All right. Thrill, what day is it, my friend?
Today's Moon Day.
It is, and it's National Kiss the Ginger Day.
The Men's Room Top 10.
All right.
All right, ladies.
The Men's Room Top 10.
And on this wonderful National Kiss a Ginger Day, I have taken the extensive research to basically just oogle out a bunch of redheads. So what we have here are the top 10 most attractive pop culture gingers according to AI, because that's what I typed in.
Oh, AI. All right.
So-
Because if Ed Sheeran makes the list, it is wrong.
Oh, no, these are all very kissable people.
Can we guess?
Sure.
Nicole Kid.
Is Taylor Swift considered a redhead?
Taylor Swift is not considered a redhead, no, not on this list. Nicole Kidman is number 9 on the list there.
I don't necessarily find her attractive, but she's been in Hollywood long enough. Someone must have. Julia Roberts.
A long-standing icon with striking red hair. Julia Roberts, not on the list. It was on a different list, though, that featured her from Pretty Woman, where she was a
Yeah,
red
People
redhead.
say Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran is not on this list. These are all actresses.
Even AI is like, come on.
Some iconic fictional characters. You got Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
She's underage.
She's 16, right? Like,
Jesus.
Other than Gene Simmons, I don't know what else. Other notable mentions: Deborah Messing showed up on the list from Will and Grace.
All right.
Gillian Anderson, iconic as Scully in the X-Files.
Scully.
Kate Mara. Lindsay Lohan.
Kate Mara. What do I know Kate Mara's name?
You know Kate Mara's name.
I know her name. I
don't remember what all she's been in. You know her, though.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at the picture they offered. She doesn't have red hair.
How about Sacha Baron Cohen's ex-wife?
Isla Fisher. You are correct,
Fisher.
Miles. She was in Wedding Crashers. She was in Now You See Me, I believe, is the movie series with the magicians.
Oh, is she the woman in the main female lead?
Correct.
Okay.
Crazy redhead. Gillian Anderson comes in at number 10 on the list. Oh, wait a minute. Doggone it. I knew that was going to happen. I reset the thing, and so then it sent me all these different ones. But I'm going to go back to the list that I sent Tim. There you are. Okay. Molly Ringwald comes in at number 10 on the list.
Well, she's still very attractive.
She is. She still looks great.
Yeah, she looks great.
Nicole Kidman came in at number 9. Christina Hendricks came in at number 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah, from Mad Men.
Yeah.
What was her character's name on Mad Men? She was
I've never seen it, Mike, but I know who she is.
I think Ruby might have been her name. Played off the red hair. I agree with you. Famous for Mad Men, known for her glamorous red locks, and she is kissable.
Something else, too, I feel like.
Oh, yeah?
Not just the red hair.
Might be.
Might be a couple things. I don't know. Just saying.
Might be a couple assets there that
correct
people take notice of.
Yeah.
Beyond the gorgeous red hair. Bryce Dallas Howard.
I mean, she's plain looking but cute.
Oh, okay.
She's not ugly by any stretch. I'm just saying overall, like if she walked in now,
Plain looking though.
Yeah, pretty plain looking.
Okay.
You disagree?
I find her to be attractive. Yes,
I find her attractive. I'm just saying, I do find her attractive. I don't find her stunning. I'm not like, oh my God, she's beautiful. Certainly attractive. I'd hit that is my point. But, fairly plain.
Well, redheads are naturally beautiful. They don't need a lot of makeup. A lot of them.
Exactly.
The majority of them.
100%. I'm going to screw up her last name. Karen Gillan. Popular for her roles in Doctor Who and Marvel. The thing is that who she played in Marvel, you cannot tell who she is nor that she's
wearing like all the makeup and
stuff. She was Nebula. She was.
Yeah, we're not. You know
Green
what?
Chick's
I
sister.
did Google her once. Honest to God, because I'm looking at her face and I'm like, she's got to be good looking, and she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stunningly beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even green. Like, well, I'm not out.
Again, these are the 10 most attractive redheads, pop culture redheads, according to AI. There, Isla Fisher does come in at number 5 on the list. Who we talked about, appreciated for her comedic timing and beauty. She was funny. She plays a good psycho.
Yeah.
I mean, right. In Wedding Crashers, I mean, that's a great role. She does play an absolute psycho.
My favorite, Amy Adams, shows up at number 4.
Okay. Again, to me, she's like Bryce Dallas Howard.
Yeah, she's the next step for me, man. I find her gorgeous.
But then again, you like a woman that looks like a halibut. Just saying.
Recognized for her warm, captivating presence. She was in Talladega Nights.
The Arrival.
There was one with who was it? Mark Wahlberg. I don't remember. There was a.
That means it was bad.
There was a fighter movie that she was in.
Okay.
I'm getting the feeling people don't find redheaded dudes attractive.
Ed Sheeran.
Who was the guy? Who was the Ron Howard? Bryce Dallas Howard's father.
There you go.
Clint Howard.
All very attractive men.
Yeah. known for being attractive.
Yes. Jessica Chastain comes in at number 3 on the list. Often praised for her classic Hollywood appeal. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
That makes sense.
Julianne Moore, number 2 on the list.
All right.
Celebrated for her sophisticated, commanding beauty.
Sure.
She also, to me, that's what redheads look like.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Like, that would be the stereotype of what a good-looking red-headed woman looks like, Julianne Moore.
Yeah.
And she doesn't mind getting naked in movies, so I will say that. Kind of gives her the edge with me. I'm not going to lie about it. Like, okay.
That's fair. It was weird seeing her step in after Jodie Foster as Clarice on for the Hannibal franchise.
Yeah.
It just felt like that was a weird bridge.
But who else would you get if you can't get Jodie Foster?
I don't know.
You know?
Was that like her power move? Like, you're not going to get anybody to replace me?
Those were also prequels, though, right?
Yeah,
so maybe,
most of those are prequels.
Are they going for the younger version kind of thing?
I think Hannibal was a sequel.
Hannibal.
Okay.
You look good. Exactly.
Animal.
Animal.
That's something to tell you.
When Mr. T meets Animal like,
Animal.
Look good in those pants, Animal.
I'll get a plane for you.
Oh, doggone it. All right. Pain. And then the last and final actress here that AI considers the most attractive redhead in pop culture, Emma Stone.
All right.
Known for her vibrant red hair and charisma.
And big eyes.
Did I miss the beginning of this?
She's got big ass eyes. And this is not an insult. She's got big eyes, man.
She does.
I mean, like.
Very noticeable.
Was there just not any dudes on the list?
No. It's all actresses.
Oh, it is just actresses.
Yeah.
Why don't you Google, like, sexy redheaded men?
Go ahead.
Well, I
you know
put
what? Let me do
famous
that. We got time.
redheads.
All right.
And it comes up with basically Mike's list.
What about Prince Harry?
And then it's just like,
yeah.
Ed Sheeran's in there.
Because he has to be.
Sexy redheaded pop culture men.
I mean, Ed Sheeran has to get a pass.
Did you
He's
mean
so
women?
famous.
Because he's famous, but I make
there's a
this
lot of
argument-
rock stars.
Okay.
If you just looked at their looks,
Michael Fassbender shows up on the list. This is Ranker that has this one. So Michael
Okay.
Fassbender's number 1, which I don't know if I'd consider him redhead. Sam Heughan, which I'm looking at him, that's not red hair.
what about our guy? What about Sam Darnold?
Very attractive man.
Yeah.
Well, John Ryan.
He's not a bad looking guy. John Ryan.
Sam
Attractive
Darnold,
man.
I met him in person. He's good looking. Well, I was staring at him. He was in the same room.
So you didn't meet him.
No, I
You're
didn't.
just staring
meet
at
him.
him.
I was
Prince
just
Harry?
looking at him. I think Prince Harry's a good looking dude. You can put him on that list.
Oh, you know who wasn't on the list that should have been was Allison Hannigan.
Yeah, she's funny too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cameron Monaghan. He played the Joker in that what's it called?
It's a good looking
that
dude.
series.
Yeah.
He was yeah. You know this kid. So that I suppose he counts. Everybody else is like borderline blonde in my opinion.
They're doing the best they can.
Eric
Mike.
Stoltz. You can't tell me that's an attractive
Eric
man.
Stoltz. It's a stretch.
Ewan McGregor, not redheaded. He's Scottish. Come on. Toby Stevens, what?
I think Ewan McGregor, if he is a redhead though, should be on the list.
Domhnall Gleeson. No, he's not attractive. Seth Green. Funny.
Come on.
Not who I'd call attractive.
You might as
Sorry,
well just
Seth.
say 10 redheaded dudes in Hollywood.
Well, you got
Robert Redford.
You got a shallow pool here, and he's dead.
He is. He's dead. He's gone. Paul Bettany. Not a redhead.
Robert Redford.
He's dead.
He's the hottest one we got. He's not even alive.
He's not alive.
Jesus.
And last we saw his hair was gray.
I'm over it. A couple in Miami got kicked off of a flight and their seats had everything to do with it, Miles.
What was going on with their seats?
Tell you all about it at 5:50.
Thank you, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, have we made it to drinking time?
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve at Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yeah, originally I had a different shot, but then I thought, you know what, man, let's do something positive. I mean, it's a Monday, right? It's kind of day no one likes. So here's something. We go to Australia where a man finally proposed to his girlfriend of at least 3 years ago, and he did it in remarkable fashion. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the group Bootleg Rascal, but that is, in fact, an Australian band. They are playing a show, so my man pre-arranged with the band. He got to go up on stage and said, quote, my partner and I came to watch Bootleg Rascal about 2-3 years ago. He then called out to Jamie, Jamie, where are you? Can you come up on stage? Naturally, she did. The crowd cheered and clapped. A woman appeared from the crowd and also stepped up on the stage. Now, speaking to the woman, the man told her, quote, we saw Bootleg Rascal about 2 years ago. I thought, you know, they're our favorite band, and I thought, today, why not? Maybe today, it's time. And then, of course, he got down on one knee. Unfortunately, she shook her head and said no. Well, the crowd roared, and the man could be heard repeating no before she ran off stage. Now, the man who had the ultimate rejection in front of thousands of people, it hit him so bad he stayed kneeling, all right? Now, this part of the story I don't quite understand, but it is true. As he is down on one knee, obviously just heartbroken and crushed and humiliated in front of all these people, a man dressed in a Scooby-Doo costume ran up and helped him get to his feet and escorted him off stage, which to me just makes it all the worse. And then finally, the guitarist in the band, after everything had kind of settled, said, I've never felt so uncomfortable during one of our own shows in my life. Everything about this is stupid. Just the fact that she's like, no. And then it takes a person dressed like Scooby-Doo to get your ass off. I have no idea what Scooby-Doo has to do with anything other than
Why was Scooby-Doo even there?
Nobody knows.
Why was Bert and Ernie in a
But
fish
the
show?
videos out there, and they got his ass off stage. Then even the guitar player's like, that was horrible.
Did they say how long they dated?
Well, at least 2 or 3 years, because that's that band they saw 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know how long they've been together before that, but fellas, even if you think it's a short thing, don't do it at a baseball game.
Did you keep dating
Don't
up to that
do
point?
it at a concert.
No.
They're pretty sure they're broken up.
Yeah, you don't want to get married to me after a while. Why are we dating?
Yeah, exactly. So we pour this booze and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy.
Did you start dating me because you thought that? So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola bichola.
All right, let's get a contestant on the line for Profile This Now. 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
A new study suggests that people hold on to guilt for varying lengths. It could be a fleeting short-term feeling for minor mistakes, or it can become chronic, lasting months, years, or even a lifetime.
That only applies to people who feel guilty about stuff, man.
Well, we can't all be you, Felix, but assuming that the average person has a conscience, people can struggle with guilt. Especially with severe trauma, deep-seated beliefs, unresolved issues, turning into a persistent stressor that affects mental health.
Yeah, I don't feel much guilt.
I know you don't, Felix. I brought my lunch into work and you ate it for 3 weeks straight. Never even apologized.
I could not believe you kept bringing in your lunch, knowing I was going to eat it. You crazy, Stone.
I'm not crazy, Felix. I was simply hoping that you would have the decency to stop eating my lunch.
Yeah, man, that's the crazy part. But I admitted it. I confessed.
You did. You didn't stop eating my lunch. You didn't apologize, but hey, you confessed.
Well, that's got to count for something, Playboy.
I suppose it does.
Anything you want to confess? Something you did a long time ago that you need to get off your chest?
Me? Well, I've always tried to live by example. I don't have any real skeletons in the closet.
Right. Everybody got something they need to get off their chest.
Okay. I once farted in church. I'm embarrassed. I feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, everyone who's been to church has farted in church. If you feel that bad about it, go to actual confession.
That was where it happened.
Don't worry about it, man. I once had diarrhea in the baptism fountain.
Felix, that is disgusting!
You are not wrong, Stone.
I once pushed a man out of a 7-story window.
Damn, Bonnie. Why did you push a man out of a 7-story window?
Because that's what story we were on when I pushed him.
A little off topic, Bonnie, but point taken. I once used Miracle Whip in place of mayonnaise on my wife's cheese and mayonnaise sandwich. I never told her, and I do feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, I once threw up in a crock pot full of chili. I didn't even tell anybody, and I did not cancel my Super Bowl party.
I was at that party. I ate some of that chili.
Well, now you know. Knowledge is power, Stone.
Felix!
I once beat a prairie dog with a shovel.
Okay, I did not expect to hear that.
Not at all. Well, when I was 6 years old, I stole a Tootsie Roll from my sister's Halloween bag. Never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, when I was 6, I sold crack to a woodchuck.
A woodchuck?
Yes, Stone, a woodchuck. A groundhog, a whistle pig.
I know! Who sells crack to a woodchuck?
6-year-old me. But relax, Playboy. It wasn't real crack. It was just baby powder and glue.
I once set a homeless shelter on fire, but I was 7.
Okay, Bonnie. Okay, just wow. I once saw a celebrity at an airport. I won't say who, but I took a picture of them without their permission. They did not notice, but it was an invasion of their privacy, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, I was at an airport and saw Benedict Cumberbatch using the restroom. I told him that his name made me laugh because it sounds stupid.
Why would you say that?
Because his name makes me laugh and it sounds stupid.
And what did Mr. Cumberbatch say?
Nothing, man.
He didn't say a word to you after you insulted his name.
No. He punched me in the throat, pepper sprayed me, then called security, but he didn't say anything to me directly.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I didn't take his picture.
I once stole a corpse so I could use the HOV lanes.
Damn, Bonnie!
I got to work on time, though, because I got to use the HOV lanes.
What did you do with the body, Bonnie?
It's still in my car. That was this morning.
You stole a corpse this morning?
No, I stole it last night after work. Because I knew I had errands to run this morning. And with the corpse, I knew I wouldn't be late. And it worked!
I am very uncomfortable right now.
Bonnie, for the love of Pete, your confessions are very graphic.
Well, yeah, they're confessions.
No, I know that. They just seem... What's the word?
Crazy AF.
Yes, Felix. You summed it up very nicely.
Well, what's another confession you have?
I once made a purchase with a $10 bill.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Thrillhill, could you please everyone out? Profile This is played.
Oh, I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story. Something that happened right here on planet Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Luke. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola. All right, Luke, you understand how this here game is played?
Yep.
Fantastic. You have your choice of one of 3 categories today. We offer you the wonderful world of drugs, interior decorating, where you guess the foreign object that ended up on the inside of someone, and finally today, license to spill, where you guess the substance responsible for creating the mess.
License to spill. That sound still makes me laugh.
Because you're not a cat. All right, a road in North Carolina was reopened hours after a tractor trailer caught on fire. Now, according to the Goldsboro Fire Department, units were dispatched to a vehicle fire around 2:50 in the morning. Upon arrival, firefighters said the tractor was engulfed in flames. Quote, after discovering the fire, the driver of the truck quickly disconnected from the trailer and drove the vehicle to an area that would not affect the cargo. Now, officials said it took 8 personnel and 3 vehicles to respond to the incident and knock down the flames, which took until about 3:30. As the fire was being fought, officials said fuel spilled from the vehicle, keeping the area closed. Quote, during the fire, the saddle fuel tanks on the truck ruptured, causing a fuel spill that prompted the response of the Wayne County Emergency Management. The City of Goldsboro's Public Works Department also responded in force to mitigate the spill and assist with the cleanup. Blah, 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 blah. Now, officials said no one was injured in the incident, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. But the question is, what was the truck hauling before it burst into flames? Was it batteries? Was it diapers? Was it manure? Or was it liquid sulfur? So keep in mind, it's not the batteries, diapers, manure, or liquid sulfur. And again, it wasn't the trailer that caught on fire. It was actually the cab, and that's why he separated it to prevent the fire from reaching the cargo.
What was the last one? after sulfur?
Liquid sulfur. So batteries, diapers, manure, or liquid sulfur.
That's
manure.
Okay. What do you guys think? Because this one's a toughie.
Luke, I'm going manure.
Okay.
There's not a ton of hints in this one.
Not really.
Well, the urgency of him trying to get that thing away from the cargo.
Yeah.
In the event that is what. Either way, you're going to try to save the cargo. But why is it that important to do it that quick? 'Cause that's the way I'm thinking about it.
Okay. You said batteries, liquid sulfur, and the other two.
Diapers or manure.
Diapers, manure, liquid sulfur, or batteries. Considering how dangerous I'm imagining things to be, I'm going to go with liquid sulfur.
All right.
I'll go with batteries.
Batteries for Ted.
Yeah.
What did he disconnect from the cargo? What was it holding? Batteries, diapers, manure, or liquid sulfur? We're going to find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to the Men's
Live Night, the livest radio you will ever see. Everything is performed live. Live hosts, live sound effects, live voice actors, live screw-ups, live laughs, and of course, live music. The Daily Mix Show, totally live. The Men's Room, totally live. Live Night returns February 13th. Live Night 2026. Yachty and naughty. No flares, no lifeboat. All live. What could possibly go wrong? buzz and thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Categories licensed to spill on profile. This is going to run in North Carolina was partially closed after a semi caught on fire. The driver was able to detach the cab from the load. So the load did not catch on fire. His
Correct.
cab did. But the question is, what was the load containing? Batteries, diapers, manure, or liquid sulfur?
And Luke, that is the very question that we posed to you, and you went with liquid sulfur. I'm afraid it was not liquid sulfur.
nuts.
That's hey, watch your language.
Easy, man.
Let's see. Miles Montgomery, you went with manure. It was not manure. And Ted, you went batteries.
Batteries.
You're 100% correct.
Wow. All right.
I don't know if they're lithium batteries or regular batteries. My man was like, yeah. We don't. Isn't that like a movie? Like the truck overturns or whatever the hell, wipes out, crashes. And then like in the movies, it actually punctured the gas tanks. The fuel is actually rolling down the street and it's in flames.
It does seem like it's a set out.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, there's a crash. Like, that's not the thing. But I'm just like, damn, dude, all right.
Now for all TV news all the time, it is time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, before I start talking some football, yesterday was the Golden Globes.
Yep.
Pretty sure our own Mike Hawk here actually watched some of them.
That's fact.
I did as well.
Did you guys watch them in real time, or do you just see who's winning?
I saw it in real Pacific Coast time. So I finished watching football. Obviously, it had already broadcast on the East Coast, and then I watched it as they presented it to us.
We did the move where we waited about an hour and a half in. We went and grabbed dinner real fast, and then we started watching it so that, one, we could skip commercials, and two, we could skip the speeches.
Yeah, I've done that before with like award show, right? Especially if it's already later, you can just do what Mike does and just go through it quicker. But Nikki Glaser was the host. So she came out. This was some of her opening monologue, which I thought was pretty funny.
Timothy Chalamet is here for Marty Supreme. This is interesting. Not a lot of people know this, but Timothy Chalamet is the first actor in history to have to put on muscle for a movie about ping pong. This is true. He gained over 60 ounces. It's insane. And lastly, Steve Martin and Martin Short keep proving to us that in this industry, you are never, ever too old to still need money.
Obviously, that's her. No worries. Taking some shots at people, which were pretty funny. The Leonardo DiCaprio stuff was pretty good. She was just saying, right, she basically was like, you know, you've accomplished all this for any of your girlfriends turned 30. And then I thought just kind of a nice realistic thing. She was like, nobody knows anything about you.
Right. Other than that, nobody knows anything else about you.
Yeah, she's just like, like it's a cheap joke, but she was like, I don't have anything else to joke with you about.
Right.
Which is kind of true. He keeps a pretty tight-lipped, closed circle, so it's like, I don't know what else you would do there.
She leaned pretty hard on Kevin Hart, too. There was a few jokes she took. The two of them are clearly friends, and he's good with it. Like, he's a comedian, so he knows what it's all about. But, yeah, she beat him up pretty good last night.
I thought one of the highlights, and Miles, you would have liked this, was her making fun of Bill Maher.
Oh, I heard he was pissed, though.
So that's the thing. You can see the different reactions. Like, Leonardo DiCaprio's...
He doesn't care.
I don't think he cares. He kind of gets it. But, yeah, Bill Maher did not look happy. And what'd she say? Like, God, you give us so much. Like, you don't have to.
No, she was like, Bill, you give us so much. Could you give us less?
Yeah.
You know? And he took it personally. It's like, dude, it's a roast. Get over yourself.
Yeah, my issue with Bill Maher, like, I used to watch his show pretty religiously, right? And Miles and I would always talk about it. He comes off kind of swarmy.
Yeah.
And then for somebody that talks, he talks insistently and all the time now about cancel culture and this and that. But anybody ribs him a little bit, he seems very off-put by it.
I would think that's generally how that works.
I saw a stand-up at the Paramount, I don't know, 6-7 years ago.
All right.
Maybe the worst stand-up I've ever seen. And at that point in time, I was on the outs with his show. But I still wanted to go see what he did live. I did not know.
Do you watch Real Time anymore?
No.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I watch John Oliver. That would be my comedic relief on HBO.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the politics have gotten so intense over the last...
Hey, you just want to escape it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, I used to like The Daily Show. There was a few shows I liked, but anymore I'm like...
Right, everyone's just so deep. Like, God, is there somewhere we can go other than this show where I don't have to hear about it?
Right. Or sports.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of kind of new stuff and current events, though, that was part of her opening monologue.
Good evening and welcome Welcome to the 83rd Golden Globes. Yes, the Golden Globes, without a doubt the most important thing that's happening in the world right now. I cannot believe the amount of star power we have in this room tonight. It's insane. There's so many A-listers. And by A-listers, I do mean people who are on A-lists that has been heavily redacted, but... And the Golden Globe for Best Editing goes to the Justice Department. And the award for Most Editing goes to CBS News. Yes. CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News.
I do kind of respect. They were on CBS.
Oh, yeah.
She just went at him, which I just thought was awesome. Obviously, we talked about Timothée Chalamet already. He did win an award, Best Performance by a Male in a Motion Picture.
Does that mean he beat Leonardo, I guess?
Yeah.
With a rock, yes.
Yeah. Has anybody seen Marty Supreme?
No.
I only heard about it like 2 weeks ago.
All right, I want to go see it just because I'm obsessed with Timothée Chalamet right now. Plus, I just think it's awesome. I don't know if you noticed. Basically, when they made that film, he said, "Hey, don't spend any money on publicity." He said in every interview he did for about 2 months before Christmas, he'd wear all that cool Marty Supreme gear, which frankly, like, I saw him on a skit with Drewski. I thought it was real stuff. I didn't realize it was about the movie. And then he just walked around with these 4 guys in orange ping pong heads, but he never acknowledged them. So every interview, they would just stand there, and he would never bring them up. I guess they said don't ask about them, but they were just there.
Okay.
And he basically just said, "Hey, trust me. Like, I know what's going on. Like, I can do guerrilla marketing, and I think I can get people interested in it." And to his credit, it did.
It worked.
Right. I'm like, I kind of want to go see it. And then my buddy, the mayor, he went and saw it on Christmas Day with his son. So I saw him like 2 days later, and he was like, "I liked it." He goes, "It just has you on edge, like the whole movie." And I go, that's the same director that did, what was the one with Sandler? Uncut Gems?
Uncut Gems.
And he goes, "That's the same director?" I go, "Yeah. If you've seen Uncut Gems, that same kind of thing where it's like, it gets your anxiety.
Always a little tense, yeah.
Right, because it gets your anxiety going, but they never really do the right thing.
Yeah.
Seems like Marty Supreme is a lot like that. Like, you're like, something's got to change.
Okay.
But I don't think it does. Let's see. For best TV stuff, since I'm talking about movie or TV, best television series was The Studio on Apple TV.
That's Seth Rogen.
That is Seth Rogen.
I haven't checked that one out.
I haven't watched that one yet, but I'm going to have to get Apple TV here soon because F1's moving over there.
Now, I heard it's supposed to be a funny show, but legitimately, I haven't seen it.
Best television limited series was that Adolescence on Netflix.
And that's the one you went on about, right?
That is so good cinematically.
Okay, well, look, the mom, the dad, and the kid, and I know nothing about that TV show beyond what you've told me here. All of them won their respective categories.
Correct.
So, like actor, whoever plays the dad, he's up there. I guess the woman who played the therapist, whatever her role was, she won it, and then the kid won. I was like, damn, okay.
Again, though, for you're the only person in this room I wouldn't recommend this show to.
I told my wife that. I said, Ted recommends this, but he said maybe don't watch it.
Well, just because you have kids that age, specifically a boy. Mm-hmm. So it might hit a little too close and worrying.
I got you.
I don't know what the subject matter is, but I'm going to guess.
Social media.
All right.
Social media has a lot to do with it. Something terrible happens. But, like, Miles, your kids are already kind of out of that. Well, they are. They're in their 20s. Like, they're real grown adults. This is basically just kind of really focused on, like, teenage years and how, talking to people on the internet, how it can kind of, infiltrate your kids' thoughts and this and that.
Yeah.
And then something really, really terrible happens.
Okay.
And the parents are just shocked. Like, we thought we were doing right, but who knows? So, yeah, again. And then each 4-hour episode is in one continuous shot.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of like that war movie about
I think they
World War
said that. Yeah, I think the guy addressed that on some level yesterday about doing the continuous shot. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, and I think one of the cops in that show, if I remember correctly, he was a big gangster on Top Boy, which is another English gangster show I like. So it's kind of weird seeing him. It's like, we had The Wire, right? And then some of those actors from The Wire showed up on the next show about crooked cops in Baltimore. They had gone from playing drug dealers to playing crooked cops. But yeah, and it's like, all right, you got to see how that all fits in there together. Obviously, there wasn't a ton for Seahawks fans over the weekend because you got to relax and chill out.
We wanted to see who you're going to play.
You wanted to. I will say Friday night also, college football, we got to do something. Because you had that game Thursday, you had the game Friday. Indiana, to me, is just
easily number one.
They've just looked head and shoulders above any other team. And I mean,
Brutally.
they beat the crap out of the Ducks. That was bad.
What is that championship? Is that the following one
So
week
it's-
from today?
It's a week from today. So even my brother and I were talking today, and we're just like, to me, start the playoffs earlier.
I agree with that.
To me, January 1st is always going to be college football's day, right? So, college baseball every year is played in Omaha, the College World Series.
Yeah.
I think you can have all those other bowl games, but just make the Rose Bowl the end of January 1st. That is when you play the national title. Because I just feel like they've lost all those momentum. And it's been a big year but after these awesome weekends of wild card games, even I, the college nerd, is kind of like, oh yeah, they still got a game to play.
So, but where is it?
Ironically, it's in Miami. So it's
You're kidding me.
So the University of Miami is not the home team; they're the visitors, but it's a home game for them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they're playing Indiana and they're playing at Hard Rock Stadium, which is where Miami plays their regular season games. Also, Miami, for the record, used to play at the Orange Bowl. I was talking to somebody this weekend, and they're like, "You're telling me some of these bowl games are named after stadiums?" I'm like, "Yeah, the Cotton Bowl's a real stadium. I've been there. It's by the Texas State Fair."
Yeah.
So I was like, "Yeah, the Orange Bowl,
Rose Bowl,
right? The Rose Bowl is a stadium." But I was gonna say the games on Saturday were awesome.
NFL, are you talking?
NFL.
Oh God, yeah.
And generally, wild card weekend, sometimes, if your team's not playing, you might check it out or whatever. But that first game was great. And then I went to a bar to watch the second game. A lot of Packers fans in there. And then the Bears came back out of nowhere and won that game. I was shocked.
I feel like that's as much on the Packers as it is the Bears.
Correct.
Right. And actually, because I'm still bitter about my season, I said to my wife, I'm like, that's some Ravens-esque collapse right there. You're a bunch of grown. Let the Ravens be the bitches out there to give up fourth quarter leads like that. But I'm like, don't do that. You're in the play. You earn the right to be there, and you're going to act like you're the Ravens. I'm like, it's disgusting. Come on, man.
Right. The Panthers in that first game did a great job. They made a game of it. But
anybody see that coming? No, you didn't.
The Rams,
don't say you did.
The Rams should have won that. They ended up winning, but
yeah.
And great weekend for the NFC West. And then, the games were good on Sunday. I mean, that game last night was the only one that kind of...
Oh, no, you beat the living hell out of the Chargers.
Yeah, they just kind of manhandled them a little bit. So, it never...
You're being very kind.
The score was never that, crazy out of reach.
It's not the score.
You just did get the feeling that the Chargers really could move the ball or do anything.
To me, it's like a jail cell. And I'll tell you, you didn't get beat up much by your bunkmate, but he weighs 360 pounds and all he does is stare at you. I understand what's going on in there. And that's the way the Patriots are at the Chargers. Bitch, don't try to do anything.
But, great weekend of games. The Seahawks will play on Saturday, hosting the Niners.
How you feeling?
I'm excited for the game.
Okay.
I wouldn't say confident or nervous. I'm just like, damn, you got to play them again. They'll announce that game time after this last game tonight, as the TV networks want to fight over who gets which guy. And that last wild card game is on right now. You got the Steelers hosting the Texans.
Let's go, Texans!
Let's go, Texans!
Ted, we appreciate it, man. Headlines are coming up. You're listening to The Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
A new study suggests that people hold on to guilt for varying lengths. It could be a fleeting short-term feeling for minor mistakes, or it can become chronic, lasting months, years, or even a lifetime.
That only applies to people who feel guilty about stuff, man.
Well, we can't all be you, Felix, but assuming that the average person has a conscience, people can struggle with guilt. Especially with severe trauma, deep-seated beliefs, unresolved issues, turning into a persistent stressor that affects mental health.
Yeah, I don't feel much guilt.
I know you don't, Felix. I brought my lunch into work and you ate it for 3 weeks straight. Never even apologized.
I could not believe you kept bringing in your lunch, knowing I was going to eat it. You crazy, Stone.
I'm not crazy, Felix. I was simply hoping that you would have the decency to stop eating my lunch.
Yeah, man, that's the crazy part. But I admitted it. I confessed.
You did. You didn't stop eating my lunch. You didn't apologize, but hey, you confessed.
Well, that's got to count for something, Playboy.
I suppose it does.
Anything you want to confess? Something you did a long time ago that you need to get off your chest?
Me? Well, I've always tried to live by example. I don't have any real skeletons in the closet.
Right. Everybody got something they need to get off their chest.
Okay. I once farted in church. I'm embarrassed. I feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, everyone who's been to church has farted in church. If you feel that bad about it, go to actual confession.
That was where it happened.
Don't worry about it, ma'am. I once had diarrhea in the baptism fountain.
Felix, that is disgusting!
You are not wrong, Stone.
I once pushed a man out of a 7-story window.
Damn, Bonnie! Why did you push a man out of a 7-story window?
Because that's what story we were on when I pushed him.
A little off topic, Bonnie, but point taken. I once used Miracle Whip in place of mayonnaise on my wife's cheese and mayonnaise sandwich. I never told her, and I do feel horrible about it.
Oh, man, I once threw up in a crock pot full of chili. I didn't even tell anybody, and I did not cancel my Super Bowl party.
I was at that party! I ate some of that chili!
Well, now you know. Knowledge is power, Stone.
Felix!
I once beat a prairie dog with a shovel.
Okay, I did not expect to hear that.
Not at all. Well, when I was 6 years old, I stole a Tootsie Roll from my sister's Halloween bag. Never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, when I was 6, I sold crack to a woodchuck.
A woodchuck?
Yes, Stone, a woodchuck. A groundhog, a whistle pig.
I know! Who sells crack to a woodchuck?
6-year-old me. But relax, Playboy, it wasn't real crack. It was just baby powder and glue.
I once set a homeless shelter on fire, but I was 7.
Okay, Bonnie. Okay, just wow. I once saw a celebrity at an airport. I won't say who, but I took a picture of them without their permission. They did not notice, but it was an invasion of their privacy, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, I was at an airport and saw Benedict Cumberbatch using the restroom. I told him that his name made me laugh because it sounds stupid.
Why would you say that?
Because his name makes me laugh, and it sounds stupid.
And what did Mr. Cumberbatch say?
Nothing, man.
He didn't say a word to you after you insulted his name?
No. He punched me in the throat, pepper sprayed me, then called security, but he didn't say anything to me directly.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I didn't take his picture.
I once stole a corpse so I could use the HOV lanes.
Damn, Bonnie!
I got to work on time, though, because I got to use the HOV lanes.
What did you do with the body, Bonnie?
It's still in my car. That was this morning.
You stole a corpse this morning?
No, I stole it last night after work. Because I knew I had errands to run this morning. And with the corpse, I knew I wouldn't be late. And it worked!
I am very uncomfortable right now.
Bonnie, for the love of Pete, your confessions are very graphic.
Well, yeah, they're confessions.
No, I know that. They just seem... What's the word?
Crazy AF.
Yes, Felix, you summed it up very nicely.
Well, what's another confession you have?
I once made a purchase with a $10 bill. The cashier gave me change for a $20. I noticed, but I kept the change. I never told her, and I feel horrible about that.
Oh, man, one time I stole $400 worth of groceries with a stolen credit card.
Wait, was it my credit card?
It was, and thank you, Playboy.
I once beat a squirrel with an iron skillet.
There's a lot to digest here, folks. I think we should just go to break.
Hey bros, Menthuru Muragana Besuto Bira. Super freshu, super strong, taste boom. You drink now? Anatawa big man desa. No wait, no think. Just grab Menthuru Muraga. Сейчас. Kanpai. Mensuru Muragana Besuto Bira.
Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. Man gets a flower tattoo. Now he can't sweat. And all his hair fell out. Meanwhile, two coach passengers tried to sit in first class, thinking that they had some clout. Stranded kid is rescued stuck atop a Dallas Bridge beam. When your Waymo stops on tracks and here comes a train, you are going to scream. And a store in Everett is broken into 4 times, and it gets broken into again. It is time for your headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's Mike Hawk.
All right, our top story, we go to Miami, where the rules don't apply, I guess. Officers at the airport had the pleasure of escorting 2 women off of a flight after it was determined that they had no clue on how to find their own seats.
What?
The story doesn't detail why or how they came to believe that they had earned the seats that they had sat in, but as they took up a pair of first-class seats and then simply refused to move.
Yeah, that works every time.
For most of us over the age of 5, we know that's simply not how things work, but the pair escalated the situation to the point that airport officials had to be called and escort them off the flight. A video has gained attention online, which features the women being brought back into the terminal, with one cooperating and the other taking a pause to sit childishly on the ground for a moment before officers pick her back up and they continue on their way. Nothing further was detailed concerning the flight being delayed, nor the charges that they may be facing.
Why do they go through all that when you're just wrong?
I don't know.
Yeah. Mike and I were talking about this earlier. Like, you have no, like,
you look at your ticket,
costs
on the
money.
ticket, it tells you the row, it tells you the seat. Just take that seat.
They were fairly entitled as they walked off that plane.
They were.
You don't say.
And they have zero reason to be, was my whole thing. You know, they got off the plane, and the one who's actually walking says, we got kicked off the plane for sitting in the wrong effing seat. And as soon as I heard that, I went, well, I know, I would bet a bottom dollar on a handful of things to be true in this situation. They told you you're in the wrong seat. They showed you proof that you were in the wrong seat and said, if you don't move, we're going to pull you off this plane. No, you did not get arrested for sitting in the wrong seat. You got arrested because you're being a childish douchebag.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. But I don't know how people do not understand that.
I don't get where they were coming from in the first place. We're just choosing to sit here? Like, did you just...
This is not Southwest.
Did you
even
try
Southwest is getting rid of it, right?
Right. Did you try to get them with, hey, we've seen the manifest and there's nobody in these seats, so we're going to take them? Like, that's also not how that works. There's so much that's confusing about this story that drives me insane.
They're entitled. That's the long and short.
Yeah. In other news, down to Phoenix, where the traffic continues to cause chaos. A passenger inside of a Waymo self-driving car felt the need to bail out in the middle of his journey due to a glitch in the system. These self-driving cars use 29 cameras to navigate throughout the neighborhoods and roads, but can run into trouble when there's sudden changes, such as a construction zone. Due to construction in the area, the car had elected to start driving on the light rail tracks directly toward an oncoming train. The passenger bailed out to avoid being involved in the collision, and no injuries were reported in the incident. Operations staff responded to the scene, and the company was contacted, and the scene was cleared within 15 minutes. So I don't think the train even collided with this car.
It doesn't need to.
Right.
You're just going to ask your pants, like, what are we doing here?
And it's a light rail, so it's not like it's going to do as much as like if a freight train were rolling by, but at the same time...
It'll do more than the Waymo.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And, you know, this is causing an increased amount of distrust within these things. We still believe them to be safer than normal human drivers. It's like, normal human drivers don't just drive straight at trains.
And that's kind of the difference. Like, I understand what they're saying as far as braking or changing lanes, but the one thing that people don't do, we do not actively drive on train tracks toward oncoming trains.
Correct. You're right.
Not by accident.
Your cameras and sensors are constantly watching for any incoming dangers and are able to stop against those incoming dangers. But it's not those that we're concerned about now. It's the dangers that we as human drivers would not get ourselves into.
At all.
Right. Don't worry. Your thing's glitching in an entirely different realm of possibilities over here. And that's always been my concern. When it comes to technology, when it comes to AI, if everything stays on the track, it's good to go. It's flawless. It will run absolutely great. But then as soon as you have one thing to buck the system, it goes haywire completely. And now it has no idea what to do. And it freaks out.
And it does not have a sense of life or death.
No. No, it doesn't.
You know, that's what saves us, is the inherent want to stay alive.
Right.
So if you're crossing the street and realize a car's speeding, we run out of the way.
Correct.
I mean, that's all. And we do it before we even realize we're doing it. That is the difference.
That's a fact. We all like to make changes to ourselves and our appearances over time to better represent who we are, but sometimes our bodies disagree with our choices. A study was published detailing one such situation that transpired after a man got a tattoo. It was simple. He wanted a red flower on his forearm. It wasn't a major piece. It was reasonably sized. It was just a tattoo. But as it turns out, the man had an allergic reaction to the red pigmentation in the ink.
That is the color that gets people most.
Yeah, right. Is it really?
Yeah. And the tattoo, I don't know what it is. It's just something about the pigments. Whatever pigments you... Because whatever color you're seeing, that means that particular substance or thing you're looking at, it's every color except that color. So in other words, it's like a reflection. So anything that's red, and its essence is every color other than red, and basically that pigment is reflecting red back out. It does not absorb it, it reflects it back out. And that's how we perceive color.
Okay.
But for whatever reason in the tattoo world, at least according to the artists I've seen, they're like, red, of all the colors we have, the reaction, if people have an allergic reaction, it seems like red is absolutely the most prevalent.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know what the pigment is, but whatever the pigment takes to reflect red back out for us to perceive something as red.
Irritates skin.
Yeah.
But instead of just being itchy or breaking out like the more common allergic reactions, he suffered side effects such as his hair falling out.
Jesus.
And losing the ability to sweat.
That's a weird one.
That is really, really weird. I mean, I'm a tattoo guy, but if that becomes the norm, I'm out.
And they had a name for it that I hadn't seen before, but it sounds like it was coming up in certain patches, like places that you would normally be sweaty just weren't anymore.
Like
and
armpits.
And it kept increasing. So after they finally pinpointed the culprit to be the tattoo pigment, they actually had to biopsy a swollen lymph node.
Jesus.
And they found traces of the ink in there. They went, there, it's where it is. So he went under the knife to have the tattoo sliced off of his arm and replaced with skin grafts.
Jeez.
Wow.
Whiz, it's a lot.
He has since grown his hair back, and the other issues receded as well.
So as soon as they got rid of that, it's all normal.
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
Yep, it all just started setting right back to the way that it needed to be. Would you rather have laser surgery to get rid of a tattoo or have it sliced off?
Well, it sounds to me like laser wasn't an option on this one.
Yeah, right. But just in case those stories left a bad taste in your mouth,
thankfully there's good news.
we go to Dallas, where a perilous situation had a happy ending. This one just made me sad. Animal Services got a call about a kitten that had gotten herself into a bit of a tight spot. Stranded on a bridge support beam with nowhere to go. This thing was tall, too. This was an overpass that she was on. For 15 hours. A worker eventually made it onto the scene and teamed up with local fire and rescue teams to grab the kitten and bring her back to safety. She was officially named Skyline in honor of her situation and is currently up for adoption. I would grab that cat.
Would you?
I would.
Do you want a cat that can climb up to the top of a bridge?
I don't
It's
think
coming from you.
I don't think she climbed up, Miles. I think she jumped down.
Oh, okay.
I think she jumped down from the top.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
couldn't get back up.
Gotcha.
Men's Room Sports, locally, on tonight, locally, we have the Kraken. They're currently in New York taking on the Rangers. That game is underway over on Kong. Last I checked, they were in second intermission. Spoiler alert, tied up 2-2. And we've got the final game of the NFL wildcard round currently underway, as well as Ted mentioned, over on ABC and ESPN. As far as your weather, should be overcast and a low of 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the sun peaks out a bit and should be mostly cloudy with a high right around 55. That's it for headlines. With that, Mike Hawkins out.
Sure, we're doing heavy metal power ballads. Is that it tomorrow on Sun
That is
Spin?
correct, sir.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. The lovely Jolene's up in seconds.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this biatch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network. Oh, man! A Double Flush production.